Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, she's really one sister and the giant.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. When you leave it, man.
What do you think?
I don't know what I'm
Facebook.
No, I said we have 2 Spanish. I'm gonna miss you all, so I always miss you all.
Oh, wait, 2 Spanish people.
Teachers. See, but Alice didn't miss me.
No, I didn't.
I know. It's how you treat me.
I'm kidding.
You
I'm
treat me
kidding.
like everything
No,
but a
I'm
child
kidding.
of God.
I'm kidding.
It's the ones who say they don't that miss you the
No,
most.
that's not true.
Yes, it is. Okay, well, we're live, so good morning, everyone. It's nice to see so many people who've been gone, who come back, and I say that as someone who was gone who came back last week. But it's nice to see more chairs filled, and this Saturday or today we're going to discuss something that we started to talk about last week with the All Humanity Struggle, but we'll be discussing a really specific question. And Doc will lead us in the discussion, which is titled, "Is the US People's Struggle for Democracy a Geostrategic Force in the Global Struggle for Peace?" So without further ado, I'll give all of our commenters what they want, which is Doc. And I'll let Doc give his introduction, and I think we'll have a very deep discussion. So.
Thanks, Emily. And Shantanu maybe will read parts of an essay by Du Bois on democracy, because I think this word needs a lot of refinement, a lot of redefinition, because it is too often trivialized and given meanings that it does not really apply to it. But the US people are at a different stage of their development in the context of the development of world and US history. They are, by any measure, a force, a geostrategic force, and a political force in the country. This is why all of the levers and mechanisms of culture and ideology, of philosophy, are weaponized against them. Social media, knowledge, science, religion, Hollywood, every sphere of the spiritual, intellectual, and ideological life world of the people has been weaponized against them. This takes on so many different forms. For example, the youth are the principal targets of this. And we see it in the Baldwin reading groups, where under 40 or under 45, young to 50, I don't know, you see a distinct difference in their ideology from people over 40 or over 45, which suggests to me that the younger generation, especially those who have been educated in universities, have an ideology and a worldview that is not revolutionary, separates them from the people, especially working people, and has convinced them in their classes, in the general environment in universities, that they, young people, know most things that are worth knowing, and the working people and the poor are just completely ignorant and out of it. This is a consequence of the weaponization of education, and especially of higher education. But every sphere of the life of the people has to confront this onslaught of ideas and representations and propaganda coming from the ruling class. However, and I don't think this was for a moment, the election of November 5th was more about the people than it was about either candidate. I say that to say that for those who want to reduce any discussion of the election to Donald Trump and what he says and what he will do or not do, or who he is, or how much weight we should put on his latest statements, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, miss the point. I think Trump got close to 80 million votes, somewhere in the high 70s, close to 80 million, which gave him not only the electoral college, which was the usual thing for Republicans, but also the popular vote. This was devastating for the ruling class because they threw everything they could at him. This had to be prevented at any cost. I don't think there's ever been an election, at least since the defeat of Hitler and Mussolini, that a major party candidate is openly called a Nazi, and that fascism was on the ballot, that literally Hitler was on the ballot, that the entirety of the mass media, pardon me, except maybe for Fox News, but they were never consistent. Most of social media were weaponized against him, which makes what happened on November 5th even more spectacular, because this was the people. Another big mistake is to see this as Democrats versus Republicans. Was not that kind of election. First of all, we have to understand the American two-party system. People usually decry it because it is not, we do not have a real multi-party system. We don't have a third party. We don't have a Labor Party. We don't have a People's Party, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But even if we did have those, we would still have to have a coalition of parties to have a government. So the two parties are mainly coalitions. The question is coalitions of what forces? However, the unusual thing about this election is that the standard Republican politicians and a lot of Republican voters joined the Trump movement. So you had the Trump movement, the Republican Party, and the Democratic Party. And what effectively happened is that overwhelmingly most Republican politicians joined the Trump movement, only to attempt to undermine it after the election. They understood the significance of that movement. And that movement is what elected him, and might be the force driving this deep and profound political realignment. It's good to see you all.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah.
Miss you.
But that is what we have to understand. The other side of it is, and this could only be the result of a movement. The Democratic Party was thrown into a crisis that it might not be able to recover from. As we've always said, the current Democratic Party is not the party of Franklin Roosevelt. The last great, and I think I'm accurate here, the last great political realignment in the country occurred in the 1930s with the Great Depression, the New Deal, and so on. Another minor realignment of political forces occurred as in the period of the 60s and the civil rights movement. And however, that was reversed, and the Democratic Party, while claiming to be the party of Black freedom and civil rights and Martin Luther King and his legacy, became its opposite. And this took place in the mid to late 1980s with the formation of the Democratic Leadership Council, which was led by people, governors in particular, like Bill Clinton, who, when he was elected president, moved quickly to separate the Democratic Party from the interest of labor, from the interest of Black people, and to position it as the Republican Party light, L-I-T-E, and so the idea was that the old New Deal civil rights coalition could no longer win. And that to win, the Democrats had to appeal to voters that were once in their coalition but had abandoned it, in particular the white working class and white middle class. And that's why the signature legislation of the Clinton administration was the Crime and Anti-Terrorism Bill of 1994, which ended up with maybe 1/3 of young Black men imprisoned or under the control of the criminal justice system. And the Welfare Reform Act, also 1994, which, quote, reformed welfare, making it a necessity that people who received welfare had to work for their checks, which was also targeted upon the working class because then it lowers the wage level. Because if you have all of these people who must work for minimum or below minimum wages, by law, it makes it, it undermines or so on the wage level of unionized or long-term workers. The other thing which I've forgotten, which I should have said, is the North American Free Trade Agreement, which was the first big move on the part of the federal government to support the movement of jobs, industrial jobs like auto and steel, in particular electrical production, from the United States, first to Mexico, other South American countries, and ultimately with the emergence of the World Trade Organization in the late 90s to Asian countries. This is what is known as neoliberal globalization. So at that point, it was not any longer the Democratic Party that our grandparents and parents had become accustomed to, and which they were loyal to, You know, I remember as a real small child, my grandmother, you know, taking us on excursions or bus tours, and they would do this from our neighborhood, you know, the Republican committee man, Mr. Johnson, and his wife organized bus trips up to Franklin Roosevelt's house in upstate New York. Remember? Yeah. What was it called?
Hyde Park?
Yeah, Hyde Park or Hyde Park. Something.
Hyde, Hyde, Hyde Park.
Yeah. And people would visit, various historic sites in Europe or wherever. We would, because the loyalty to Franklin Roosevelt was so profound, only equaled by Black folks' loyalty to Abraham Lincoln. And in a lot of ways, FDR replaced him. And that loyalty on the part of Black folks of a certain generation of labor leaders and working class people lasted for decades, way beyond what it should have been. Johnson signed the Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. By the way, no small thing. Let me just make clear what that legislation meant. The fact that a federal law had to be put in place to establish the constitutional citizenship of Black folk. Now, we were supposed to have had that with the 14th Amendment back in 1868. But it was never enacted. It was on the books. But a movement, civil rights movement, and then a president who signed the legislation were necessary to establish the citizenship of Black people. Was it 60 years ago now? I mean, it's extraordinary when you think about it, but I wish to come back to that when we talk about an all-humanity movement. The Voting Rights Act, 1965, was a replay or a law to uphold the 15th Amendment to the Constitution, giving us the right to vote. These simple measures of citizenship, not only after the Civil War and slavery were these amendments to the Constitution passed, but then 100 years later, more legislation, which says all that needs to be said about American history and the dynamics of this society, which you've heard me say this before, which makes any attempt to use other histories and other experiences to explain American history at best hollow, and can only be used by people who are intellectually lazy and have no interest in the American people. But Clinton resituates the Democratic Party literally as an anti-Black, anti-civil rights, anti-labor party. But that didn't mean that a bought and paid for elite that we call the Black misleadership class, the Black political class, could not be invented as it was, or a labor misleadership class who threw more money into electing Democrats, especially for president and so on, than they did in organizing the unorganized. If you want to measure failure, no institution, and leaders of those institutions have failed as abysmally as the labor movement has. They have nothing to celebrate. And in this past election, the working class and members of union paid them back by going against what they recommended. And so, and then of course, you could call it the coup de grace, which is another way of saying the whipped cream on the top of the cake or pie. The cherry on top of the, I don't know, something on top of the cake, was that the Democrats put forward Barack Obama for president, who did not honor a single promise made to Black folk. In fact, every opportunity he got, he was finding a way to demean and trivialize Black men. And in this past election, they paid him back. He finally got that opportunity. But he's nothing but a dilettante, a perpetrator of a fraud, and a, quote, made man by the ruling class. They made him, they paid for him, they promoted him, they branded him, and he just walked like they wanted him to walk, talked like they wanted him to talk, and most times acted more white than Black, which he probably is, tell you the truth. And when he did act Black, anybody that had an ounce of sense could see it was a performance, except. But that left most Black voters confused, and most white voters. They said, but aren't the Democrats the party of FDR? Didn't a Democratic president sign, the Civil Rights Act, and wasn't our first Black president a Democrat? And to all of that, you could say yes. But then the next question is, well, what was the substance of everything since Clinton? And this is finally which crystallized in a movement. Now, in speaking about the American people as a geostrategic force, we are not centralizing or prioritizing Donald Trump. We are talking about the people. It was the people who made Donald Trump. He did not make them. It is the people who can undo Donald Trump. Because even though he won such a spectacular election against such enormous odds, he's still on thin ice. He's not home safely by any means. The knives are out. There were already 2 assassinations against him that we know of, 2 impeachments, a media which is completely his enemy. Most Republican politicians he cannot trust, and we could go on and on. So it is the people that is the force that we are looking to. I've mentioned on numerous occasions the statement of Richard Haas, former chairman or president of the Council on Foreign Relations. He is not a small figure in the foreign policy establishment of the United States. And he said, you've heard me say this before, that the greatest threat to the national security of the United States, and I always try to distance myself from his concept of national security. He's talking about the sustainability and dominance of the American empire. And he said it just like I'm saying it. It's not Russia, China, North Korea, or Iran. It is the American people.
Mm.
And I don't recall anywhere seeing this statement quoted. I know it was one of the most important observations of the entire election season. But then I guess Richard Haas was reading all the polls that we were reading, and I don't know that we have to go through all of them again, but 70% of the people say the economic and political systems have to be fundamentally reformed. 15% of them say the whole system needs to be brought down. Now, there are polls and then there are polls. This was a reliable poll, what they call an A+ poll. And, but then if that were not enough, that was a New York Times poll. The same results came up in a Pew, PEW poll, in I think a Brookings poll and other places. But then there were other polls that showed the same thing over and over again. 80%, sometimes it's 70%. 80% of the American people say the country's going in the wrong direction. High numbers, up to 70%, say that the government does not represent them. And then on top of that, all of these natural disasters. Fires break out in Southern California and they run out of water. The fire department runs out of water. Rich people, including hardcore Zionists that called for, killing children and laughed about it on CNN. When his house burnt down, he was on CNN crying, like, dog, you ever hear of karma? What goes around comes around. But nonetheless, the fires in Southern California are an indication of what will come and how unprepared the nation is and how inadequate the infrastructure is to handle any of this. All of this plays and played into a growing awareness among American working people and the poor. Again, we saw it here in Philadelphia. We did not need a lot of polling to tell us what we were seeing with our very eyes. Philadelphia is a poor city. Philadelphia's voters are the largest voting group are African American voters. The largest part of the African American vote are the working class and the poor. So if we take Philadelphia, we can probably learn something about the working class and the vote overall. And if you take Philadelphia, I think you're also talking pretty much about Chicago. Very, very wealthy city, but then again, a very poor city. What we saw was, in spite of everything, the bringing of celebrities here, the constant attempt to shame voters. And if WURD, the so-called Black Talk radio station, is good for anything, it is the attempt to shame Black voters. It is a disgrace, a complete disgrace. And they failed. They were rejected. The mayor, Sherelle Parker, predicted that 630,000 votes would turn out in Philadelphia, and that Philadelphia would decide Pennsylvania, and we would win Pennsylvania. Philadelphia would be decisive in winning Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris. Not only did they not win Pennsylvania for Kamala Harris, but the sitting Democratic senator, Bob Casey, a well-known name in state politics because of his father than him, He was defeated. And not only did 630,000 voters not turn out, about 80,000 fewer than that turned out. And I'm still waiting for the results precinct by precinct, because then we will know how people voted on the basis of class. And as a result of either the vote for Trump or the not show vote, Pennsylvania was lost. The Black misleadership class, the Black political class, it's the same thing. When you say the Black political class, we're talking about the Black misleadership class, noted most for their corruption, their lying, their betrayal, their bootlicking, and their stupidity. They are so dumb that rather than step back and say, no, we have to win back the Black vote, the first thing they do is pass a bill in city council to fund the building of a basketball stadium in Chinatown. Which, how dumb can you be? Nobody wants it. The city can't afford it. And even though they try to sugarcoat it with, there will be jobs. Oh, we will invest in Black business in Chinatown. Well, and then they try to, ratchet up ethnic conflict. Oh, when was the last time you were in Chinatown? Or the Chinese never did nothing for you. Well, okay, let's say all that's true, but I still don't want the stadium.
Two things to be true.
I'm sorry.
Two things to be true.
Thank you. So dumb. So they passed this bill. We don't know if it's going to occur, but I would predict that was the knife in the back of Sherelle Parker. And interestingly, there are two Koreans waiting in the wings who Black people like, by the way. And it's so interesting. Most Black people don't know the difference between Koreans and Chinese. So they could call, Helen Kim, oh, she's a Chinese, I'm voting for a Chinese woman. or David Ho, who is from, is it O or Ho? Oh.
That's okay. There's both exist. That's
two things could be true. Two things could be true at the same time. But he's from Southwest Philly. He's liked by his neighbors. He's liked by Black people. He's a Republican. I would say that there's going to be a political realignment. And I hope Helen runs. And if she does, she could become the next mayor. This is so unacceptable. However, I only use this as evidence of a growing consciousness among voters, especially the poor and working class. And that is where the real opposition is coming from. If one were to define the political geography of the nation, the words that come to mind are conflict or war. The political conflict of 2024 will continue in 2025. It looks more like a political war or a pre-Civil War situation. No one, at least among working people, have retreated from their opposition to the establishment. No one. And that goes for Philadelphia. And I think by studying Philadelphia and Chicago in particular, we see this. The retreat from the field of battle have been the labor leaders.
Mhm.
I haven't heard anything from Sean Fain. I haven't heard anything from the leaders of SEIU or the AFT or AFSCME or any of these big unions.
Mm.
They were defeated. They were defeated on the battleground of struggle by their members, by the class that they say they represent. Um, having said that, my hypothesis is that the American people must be viewed as a geostrategic force in the struggle for world peace. The reason why I put it this way is because maybe I look at too many podcasts. And I'm following in the footsteps of Jahan Chowdhury, who is a podcast man day and night. But perhaps I listen to too much of it. But everybody today is a geostrategic analyst.
Right.
And it doesn't take much to be that. All you have to do is read a couple of newspapers and then get on a podcast and talk trash. Every geostrategic analyst can analyze the movements of the big powers and so on and so forth, but can tell you nothing about the actual struggle in their own country, and especially in the United States. And their assumption is that the only geostrategic players are big powers, not even small powers, not even countries like Senegal or Burkina Faso or Mali or Bangladesh or so. It's only the big powers that count.
Yeah.
And of course, there's something you can learn. I mean, I appreciate the fact that Alexander Mercurius reads a lot of newspapers and probably has some connection to people in the Russian government establishment. I mean, just too much money. I mean, he could tell you every battle in every village in eastern Ukraine. And I'd like to know that. I mean, although I don't need to know that much detail. But a village of 100 people, he can tell you the battle that's being fought to win that village. Am I accurate about this, Samir? I mean, I know you're a podcast man. Yeah, isn't that true, Karen?
It's like their main source of content is reporting on these small villages.
Yeah, an hour and a half. But and in between, he could tell you other things, but the guy just has too much information. And I'm not hating, but then you go a little bit down the food chain to other podcasts, like the one I was on yesterday. Wasted my time. I think they had 4 listeners. Yeah, seriously. I guess it's my way of communicating with Todd Doherty.
Todd's in the chat. Todd's in our chat right now.
Oh, tell us, hey, Todd. And so it is easy to default to what the big powers are doing and what this chess game is all about and so on, than it is to talk about the struggle of the people of the United States. Now, in our saying, their struggle for democracy, and I am calling it that because it is in opposition to an autocracy, an oligarchy, a government of the wealthiest, most powerful, most war-oriented forces in the world. Now, let me just say something. I obviously am not a geostrategic analyst. That's the last thing in the world I want to be. My my orientation is towards sociology.
Mm.
I'm not an economist. I'm not a geo-economist. You know, all of that geo, know the world, know the big players. I'm not about that. I'm about what good sociology does, and that is the study of people and their potential, not just as individuals, but as groups, as classes, as movements. So I almost instinctively defer to a sociological or people-centered understanding of events, not big powers understanding of events. By the way, that science goes back to the age of imperialism of the British Empire, and people like Mackinder, who talks like, I think I know that's his last name. I forget the guy's first name. But Mackinder is this guy that talked about the Euro-Asiatic landmass. And he's interesting. And that whoever controls the Euro-Asian landmass would control the world. And counterpose this understanding of the landmass to the British Maritime Empire. You know, the British never controlled much of the interior of Asia, but they controlled the economies of these countries by controlling currencies and the ports. Yes, maritime trade. Britain, I think we have to keep this in mind. And this goes for the United States. The United States is a maritime empire. That's why all these aircraft carriers, you ever see anything? Oh, there's a crisis in Bangladesh. Let's send an aircraft carrier over there and show them how powerful we are, you know? Or a crisis in Venezuela. Let's send an aircraft carrier down there. Let them see the American flag and begin to quiver in their boots. I'm not making this up. I couldn't. But anyway, you know, so it's always about aircraft carriers until they ran into the Houthis. And now, you know, the USS Truman. What was his first name? Harry Truman. It's easy. Such footnotes in history. Harry Truman, the SS Harry Truman, aircraft carrier battle group, which consists of the aircraft carrier and about 20 other warships. So they sent them into the Red Sea, and the Houthis start dropping missiles on them. And no one has ever in recent history seen a aircraft carrier make a U-turn and try to get out of the Red Sea as quickly as possible. But this is, you know, it's a maritime empire. You know, we want to fight China. What do? Send an aircraft carrier over there, or at least two. And the Chinese said, well, what's that going to do? You know, I mean, we have a big country. I mean, come on up in here and see what happens. And, you know, but anyway, you see my point. But Mackinder was this geostrategic analyst. Von Clausewitz, here is an historian of war, a geostrategic analyst. But that is the age of big empires. But what happens when empires are disintegrating, when the last great one, the US, is in retreat? What happens? And how much geostrategy do you need? Of course, I'm interested in what happened in Syria and not mainly from a geostrategic standpoint, but from a political standpoint of what is going on in Syria. Most geostrategists can't tell you a damn thing about what's going on in Syria. The Assad regime collapsed, but what is going on at the level of the people, you know, et cetera. You see my point. Now, counterposed to that is this idea of American people as geostrategic force. How do they become such a force at this time and in history? One, because they are located in the center of the most powerful empire history has seen. There's also an empire that could be on its final legs. Interestingly, all it will take is one more war to do it in. In a lot of ways, it does itself in. You know, it is estimated that the wars in Western Asia called the Middle East, Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, that those wars over a period of let us say, 10 years, cost the United States government, the United States people, that is, up to $7 trillion. Well, of course, this is money that is printed, but money that is printed like that also leads to inflation. What we're seeing in inflation, in a lot of ways, is a result of government war and war policies, war spending, and the spike in it for these wars in the Middle East, but also the coup de grace, the last straw, was what happened when Biden came in and tried to buy off the American working class with these 4 major bills. I can't remember the CHIPS Act, the infrastructure bill, the anti-inflation bill. I mean, there were 4 of them, and nobody actually went for it, you know, but it was supposed to establish him as 2 things. One, the most pro-working class president in history. Okay, now that you got off the floor from holding your sides laughing. And secondly, this was to establish him as the second coming of Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He was a big thinker. He was going to reindustrialize the country. He was going to fight wars and build the economy and rebuild the infrastructure, you know. And the people said, you know, yawned and said, stop the madness. Are you serious? But it stimulates inflation because it prints money. What is the definition of inflation? The definition of inflation is not rising prices or wages, but inflating the money supply in a country. And that's what they've been doing. At the end of the day, it could be up to $40 trillion deficit, federal deficit. That is why they have to be so cautious and so concerned about BRICS. Suppose the Saudi and the Gulf Arab states no longer trade their oil in dollars. Suppose, take me back to my days at Cornell. Suppose there's the petro yuan rather than the petrodollar. Suppose nations do not have to buy dollars to have in their central banks in order to pay for petroleum. Suppose rather than China buying Saudi Arabian oil in Saudi Arabian oil in dollars, which means they have to buy US government bonds or buy dollars. Suppose they do it in yuan or renminbi, okay? Which they're doing. Suppose Iran, which is sanctioned to death, no longer looks for markets in the West, but has China right next to it and India close to it that they could sell their petroleum to. Not only are these important markets, but they're the fastest growing economies in the world. And don't even mention Indonesia or the Philippines. Well, the great Asian economy, a good number of whom are either in BRICS or a part of the Chinese initiative, the Belt and Road. I mean, it doesn't look good, as they say, for the white man. I can't put it any other way. And so on. So this huge government indebtedness could lead, the reason I'm talking about currencies and the dollar, if the dollar is not supported by the global economy, which needs dollars in order to buy oil and other commodities, thereby making the dollar the currency of international trade and investment. For the most part, you don't buy the pound, the British currency, in order to invest in China. You buy dollars. You need dollars. But suppose that's not the case anymore. Suppose the US dollar is just another currency. This means that this huge debt will never be paid off. And thereby, the US economy, the US government might have to declare bankruptcy. I mean, this is a blow beyond anything imaginable. When you declare bankruptcy, you say to the people you're indebted to, I can't pay my bills. I'm broke. Now, just another part of this. What's the other part of this? Okay, I'll just. Oh, yes. One thing that certain historians and geostrategic analysts point to is that when more is spent on paying the interest on the country's debt than on its military, it is a sign that an empire is in the throes of disintegration. The US government pays more, which is about a little over $1 trillion a year, in interest on the federal debt than it is able to pay on its military. Now, this means a lot for an empire because, again, it's a maritime empire. All of these aircraft carriers and submarines and jets and yada, yada, yada. I mean, that costs money, man. That ain't cheap. But more is spent on paying the interest, and more will be spent going into the future just on paying the interest on the debt, not paying the debt off, which it will not be paid off. Okay. Which then puts the US people in a position of being a force that must be considered in any decisions the US government makes concerning war and peace. And that includes Trump. Trump can run off at the mouth until the cows come home. He wants to buy Greenland. Where are you getting the money from, hometown? He wants to take over Canada. I mean, by the way, this is a guy that is a performer. Don't take everything the man says seriously. That's number one. And a lot of what he says is misdirecting the corporate media, who are his enemies, away from him, while he will do things that are very opposite. For example, just on Trump, he posted this speech on his social media by Jeffrey Sachs, where Jeffrey Sachs was attacking Netanyahu hardcore. Went so far as to call Jeffrey Sachs an SOB, using the words themselves, which I don't use in a church. But, and then at the bottom of it, he has this statement of his that the CIA has overthrown foreign governments and will overthrow the American government. I mean, if this was not a message to the Netanyahu government in Israel, I don't know what is. Or the fact that he has invited Xi Jinping to his inauguration. Of course, she is not coming. But he has also called for a trilateral summit between himself, Putin, and Xi Jinping. This does not, oh, by the way, on the message that he put in the Jeffrey Sachs thing, Jeffrey Sachs railed against Netanyahu's wanting to go to war with Iran. This is big. At the top of Netanyahu's list of things that he wants to achieve and add to his legacy, besides genocide, is to bring down Iran. Now, even the greatest war hawks in the United States, in their little think tanks, the Washington is the land of think tanks. Everybody, just like everybody got a podcast. If you want to be taken seriously, you must have a podcast. And Emily, we started a podcast during the year of Baldwin. And Emily said after about 5 sessions, we ain't doing podcasts no more. I think you were right, Emily. Back in the days before they were everybody had a blog. I still have a blog. I just don't know what the name of it is. But Emily, but anyway. I mean, I became a podcaster. And I thought I was doing, big things. I'm on a podcast. But anyway, I say that to say, I lost my train of thought.
Everyone has a think tank.
Yeah, everybody got a think tank. And all the think tanks, and most of the think tanks are pro-Zionists. So all the think tanks are trying to calculate how to defeat Iran. And everybody expected the Ayatollah Khamenei to come out and say, we're going to get you for attacking us. Well, but what are they doing? They laying dead. We will get back at you at a time of our making. That's an ominous statement. And I've already showed you I can touch you. So, and well, it's just a whole number of things. I don't know the Iranian culture personality that well, but they seem to be very cautious, very deliberate, and not hotheads like the Israelis or the Americans are, And in a lot of ways, they're allowing Israel to undo itself. Undo itself. And I guess you've heard that Netanyahu was in the hospital for prostate cancer. Yeah. So, they're trying to keep it secret, but the latest I heard. And, but, okay, so is war a possibility? Is war with Iran a possibility? Is the continuing of US funding of Ukraine, which Biden upped it on his way out of the door, and for Israel, is it a possibility in the face of the opposition of the American people? If the American people limit that or even take that off the table as a point of discussion, have not the American people become a geostrategic force? How else to define them but that? If, for example, you say the Prime Minister of Great Britain or the, I mean, oh, you know, the white world is in deep trouble. The white world is in deep trouble. Look at what is leading them. Starmer in Britain. You talk about a mediocrity. You know, Macron, who, by the way, is married to his kindergarten teacher. I mean, that's deep now. Yeah, she's about 20 years older than him. She taught him in elementary school. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
French.
yeah. Would you?
It's very French.
Oh, is it? I didn't know they rolled like that.
They do.
Then it's now. This is just speculation. Samir, you would know this. Is she transgender?
Oh, that's so mean.
No, that has come out.
Oh, really?
And then I began to look at her closely.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. But anyway,
She just has broad shoulders.
you said what?
She just has broad shoulders.
Yeah. Well, look at the chin.
Oh.
Yeah. But anyway, I don't want to get into her. And then Justin Trudeau of Canada. Just now, if anybody was into identity politics, it was Justin Trudeau.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's identity politic man. You know, everything that he did had to be identity politics, you know. But he went down like a dying gangster. And well, I started on a very slow, somber, serious, now everything gets into laughter. Well, but then, you know, the German government, and the Green Party, the so-called Green, the environmental party that has never seen a war that it doesn't support, talking about the environment. They went down, you know. They had an election in Romania, and the people that won wasn't supposed to win, so they called the election off. Then, I mean, it's just a mess. But I say this to say, then you take this, the fluidity and the dynamism of the moment in world politics and so on, one would have to see the positionality of the American people as that of a geostrategic force. In other words, more than that, their struggle for their rights and for democracy position them so much in opposition to the dominant war makers and neoliberals that have run this government for the last 35 years, that they are a force that could reverse the tide of war and authoritarianism that was brought to a high point in the Biden administration. Just because he had Alzheimer's didn't mean that there weren't people behind him who were pulling the strings and making the decision. Many people think that a cabal at the top, including Anthony Blinken, who was on his way out, Jake Sullivan, and a couple of others, I don't know who they are, were running the show. Kamala Harris wasn't even in the mix, you know. But whoever was deciding, they decided on policies that unleashed the dogs of war on the people. And and brought us closer to nuclear war than we've ever been. And so here we are. So that thesis I would like to put forward. The struggle for democracy in the United States places the US people in a geostrategic position that tips the balance towards peace and against war. And if the American people occupy this strategic location, the African American people are the qualitative force that shifts the American people decisively against war. The African American people bring to the political, cultural, ideological situation in the United States their wisdom, their consciousness, their experience in struggle. They are the most advanced and conscious elements in the entire American population, and certainly in the American working class. In spite of the propaganda against them, be it coming from Obama or wherever, they represent the deciding force in this moment in the struggle for democracy and peace. They are, as we have discovered in the year of Baldwin, a gift to the American people and to humanity. They are the Achilles heel of American imperialism and neoliberalism and the neocons. In many ways, the political strength of the American people as a whole can also be measured by how strong Black people are. And we were absolutely right, and we remain right in our study of the Black social system. Its strength is a measure of the strength of the African American people, and therefore of the American people as a whole. Black people, and this is sociologically verified, are the most highly organized sector of the American population. You know, a sociologist wrote a book about 30 years ago called Bowling Alone.
Yeah.
Yes, where he argued that white Americans were abandoning community for individualism. So where people would have bowling teams at one time, now they bowl alone, which may explain partially the rise of drug addiction to replace community and suicide and other forms of antisocial, anti-self behavior. The strength of the American people can be measured in many ways by the strength of the African American people and of the Black social system. I think in the year of Baldwin, one of the things that we have learned is, and we didn't, it's not that we saw thousands of people, but we saw enough people over a long period of time engaged in conversation and ideas in such a way that we were able to arrive at certain conclusions about Black folk. There is no reason to be surprised at Lucian Blackwell Library, where regularly 20 people show up. 20 people, and it was cold outside, it just snowed. And the richness of the conversation. We could never have achieved anything close to that at Making World's bookstore, a white leftist site. So if one wants to measure the capacity of the people, I would say we have to begin with the capacity of Black people. But then to understand the capacity of the people, don't go to Making World's bookstore. Please. Because if you want to be depressed, go there. Because nobody comes out. But then Zion Baptist Church, although I don't think it has risen to the level that it can, and I'm disappointed because it's my church, but still, yet and still, a core of people continue to come every week now for about 10 months.
Right.
And what is discussed is on a level of consciousness which is impressive, and on and on and on. So in understanding the American people, and this is Baldwin, this is Du Bois, you have to understand Black folk. The capacity of the American people is linked to the capacity of African Americans. The other part of this, no part of the American people are so experienced in struggle as Black folk. That third American Revolution not only transformed or began to transform the country, in particular white folk. White people of today are not what they were 60 years ago. Matter of fact, they don't listen to the same music, which is a very important point. It is the Black epistemology, the Black cultural dynamic, the way Black people think about and demonstrate identity and collectivity. These are all features of the Black community that resonate with and are taken up and imitated by vast numbers of white people. Let me just give you a small thing. If you go back, and all the old heads in the crowd can tell me if I'm right or wrong, go back 50, 60 years ago and look at the way white people danced. I mean, to us, it was funny. You know, it was like robots. Yeah.
You didn't feel the music. It's like you didn't feel the music.
But they felt the music that they listened to.
That's true. Yeah.
You know, and I mean, you know, I'll be for real about it. There's not much you can do on the dance floor with the Beatles. You can't do much. It's, I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. You know, where's the bass line? You know what I'm saying? Where's the funk? It's not there. And so, but now look at them today. I don't say they have crossed the Rubicon in terms of dance and funk, but they ain't hardly where they were 60 years ago. And even Taylor Swift has to try to sing in the R&B genre, I'll put it that way. Now, So there is so much that Black people have contributed. Even you take the Trump movement with all of its, how do you put it? I mean, like when we dealt with the essay by Ross Douthat, where he's talking about Donald Trump as a man of destiny, and we said that no, he's not. He's a farce. In a lot of ways, it is farcical. But his movement as a movement tries to look like the civil rights movement. Mhm. Tries to look like the civil rights movement. And it's not a good imitation. It's a very poor imitation. And Donald Trump, you're not Martin Luther King. I mean, now let's keep that straight. And that fool he was supporting in North Carolina, that Black man running for governor, he ain't no Martin Luther. See, this is where Donald Trump gets himself in trouble with Black folk. You talk too much and you don't know what you're talking about, and all that other stuff. You understand what I'm saying? But he is not the issue at all in this. I'm talking about the American people. So my last point is this. The all humanity struggle for peace and democracy. Such a concept to define an emerging movement of the people of the United States fits this moment in history. It seamlessly fits the world movement. It has resonances with, and the concept resonates with, statements of the Chinese government. Why do things have to always be viewed in zero-sum terms? Why can't there be some solutions that are win-win, such as climate change, such as ending poverty, such as ending war and genocide? Those are win-win values. Putin. I was listening the other day to this long press conference at, where was that at, Shanta? Where he sits there for hours and answers questions.
Oh, that's his annual, he answers everybody's press questions. He holds it in Russia.
But it wasn't, it was always experts. There had been some kind of conference. And the Valdai meeting, yes. And it's really worth listening to. In fact, there was this Indian from South Africa with one of the most impressive things I've ever seen in my life. This guy's beard was, and it was like, he used the best conditioner. The beard was all that, man. I looked, and the guy was so articulate with the beard, very charismatic cat, Indian from South Africa. And then there was another Indian. Indians everywhere these from India. I mean, he was very thorough cat, but forgive me. What the questioners because they were presenting from various panel discussions and asking Putin what his opinion of these different panels were. And everything from AI to climate change to poverty and other questions. And Putin answered them, and the spirit of the conference itself resonates with an all humanity struggle. All humanity. Well, of course, The American empire and the people that run it do not and cannot accept the mandate of humanity. They must overturn it. So humanity is not and must not ever become a factor in world events as far as the imperialists and the people who run this empire are concerned. But if you listen to Valdai, everything was about humanity and win-win. We can all win if there is no war. We can all win if there's peaceful coexistence between the major powers. We can all win if we conquer climate change. We can all win if many of the ills that have beset humanity for thousands and thousands of years are dealt with. That humanity is capable of resolving problems and contradictions that have existed for thousands of years. But it is not just Xi or Putin, it's everywhere. It's in the countries of the Sahel of Africa, Senegal, Guinea, Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad. Why are they putting all of the French military out of their countries? Although there's only a small group of them in most of these countries, but enough to threaten and overturn governments of small countries. Why are they putting them out? It's like them saying, we don't want to study war no more, and we're not going to be puppets in your geostrategic neo-colonialist ambitions. It's the same in Cuba. The legacy of Fidel Castro in his speeches, especially his latter speeches, which proclaimed humanity as the center of all thinking that is progressive. He even went so far as to say, if saving humanity could result from Cuba giving up socialism, he would give up socialism in the interest of humanity. This is a man that stood for socialism everywhere and was committed to it. But humanity came first. All humanity is what we learn from the great civil rights movement and from the great Martin Luther King Jr. Cut it however you wish to. If there is a father of a new nation and a new people in this country, it is Martin Luther King, our forever revolutionary. Humanity as a category of thinking, as a framework of knowing, is the new framework that defines struggle going forward. If the 19th century gave us the concept, maybe the 18th century with the French thinkers, the concept of class conflict, the late 20th century and now the 21st century gives us the concept of all humanity. All humanity. This century has brought to the fore the foundational struggles for humanity, and they are the struggle for peace and democracy. And when we talk about peace, it is obvious. We are talking about demilitarization, denuclearization, the settlement of all disputes between nations via negotiation, where the peacemaker becomes the principal agent as opposed to the war maker. Peace is a conditionality for a new democracy, not the democracy that we try to so carefully studied that emerges out of the Renaissance and the Reformation and the centuries-old struggle against aristocratic rule. Democracy meaning rule of the people, power to the people. We are talking about a new democracy based upon peace and the unity of all humanity. We are talking about a democracy where the people who rule are informed by a worldview that puts humanity at the center. We are talking about creating the conditions for a new human being, a new culture of peace, a new culture of democracy. Anything less than this, in the name of whatever ideological or theoretical framework you wish to put forward, anything that falls short of this needs to be pushed to the side. And as you know, here in the free school, we have regularly, criticized so much of the leftism and ultra-leftism and anarchism that goes for the left. If that is the left, the people need a new definition. In fact, so much of political and social discourse, which talks about the left and the right, in the election year. Kamala was the left. Okay, now you can get up off the floor from laughing. Trump was the right. Biden is the left. Why is he the left? Because he supports same-sex marriage. And he believes in transgenderism. I mean, does that make you the left? Is that all you had to do? I guess, well, I don't know. But, and the right is anything that opposes Biden and Kamala and Clinton and Obama. That's the left. And then, and then the hard left must fit in or be an appendage of the big left. The big left, the little left, the appendage left, the left in becoming, Bernie Sanders and AOC. This is the left, the Democratic Socialists. Oh, this is the left. The most progressive mayor in the history of Chicago is the current mayor because he's a member of the DSA. Well, what about Hal Washington? If that cat is, but anyway, well, the people of Chicago don't see him that way anyway. But perhaps we have to abandon those categories because they have fulfilled their usefulness and are no longer useful in identifying social, political, and ideological forces, especially when these forces, which were previously more or less dormant, are now becoming hyperactive. How do you define them? Are old categories of politics enough, or do they not fit the moment? This is why the all humanity concept is not conditioned on whether or not you ideologically agree with one or another specific issue. I could be all night long on transgenderism. Transgendered women competing in basketball and weightlifting and swimming with women, real women. I could be that extreme. I could go like my friend Mark Lamont Hill. I could come out with the idea that a transgendered woman can have a baby, but you don't have a uterus. Well, that's not necessary. AI take care of that. But all of this, I could be that in the name of identity politics, but then at the same time be for war and genocide. You understand? So I'm left because I'm queer. Now, we've seen this actualize in our Baldwin reading groups, especially, I'm really excited about Lucian Blackwell and also Central Branch of Free Library. But it's so apparent, especially with Serafina, where she made a number of just, I felt, brilliant points, Sarah. Where she was not debating, but kind of debating, but a friendly debate with a young Black man who is queer, and we were reading Baldwin, and I have found that I could be wrong about this. People who are ideologically queer, you could read a whole essay by Baldwin, and they get it wrong. Because they see Baldwin as a queer man, and then you show where he's not, then they stop coming.
Right.
Because queer identity trumps clarity, the truth, and so on and so forth. So, and queer logic is parallel to Black identity logic. So, for example, they are both grounded in victim analysis. So a queer person always wants to tell you, I am queer. Why do you want to tell me that? I didn't ask you. No, I'm serious. Because it's his or her way of saying, I'm a victim. Okay? Then you say, then you can see, obviously, you're Black. Okay. So now you're Black and queer. So I'm a double victim. Then a woman. I'm Black, queer, and a woman. I'm triple victim. So at that point, all discussion is off because you can't tell me nothing. Because I'm so victimized and you're my oppressor. It's like Muhammad Ali back in the day say, ain't no Viet Cong never called me, I'll say this for y'all's sake, the N-word, he used the word, it's like with the queer theorists. You my oppressor. That's what I remember Muhammad Ali when he told the white man, you gonna send me over to fight some brown people that ain't never did nothing to you, like he said, you my oppressor. And that's what they try to go to that victimology. So I can't say nothing, or Sarah can't say nothing. She ain't into queer theory. I ain't into queer theory. So I must be your oppressor. Oh, we battled this at Lucian Blackwell, but in a good way, in a nice way. But my point is that Sarah brought up the point, and because he was setting up a framework, and she brought up power is not forever. Power transfers from one group to another. And then she made an earlier point. She don't remember it and I don't remember.
Maybe Shabbat remember.
You remember Shabbat?
Well, I mean, we were talking about how, yes, there are two different things. I think the whole thing about victim analysis is that that's what gives you moral authority. Yeah. And we're trying to say that, we're not, nobody's arguing about whether or not, we have had a racist history, but we're talking about, what about the future and where do I stand? And I think this is where we're sort of going back. I don't know if this is what you were trying to do, but this is what we were trying to go back and forth on, the question of where you stand, the question of where I stand. And it's not a teleological view of history that, okay, of course power exists and it has to exist forever, that sort of thing.
Yeah. No, it was very interesting because, for many, many young people, especially those who have gone to university, queer theory is the unifying theory, kind of their theory of everything. You know, not black oppression, but queer oppression. And then you do an intersectional move. And so you say, I'm queer, I'm black, I'm queer, I'm a woman, I'm queer, I'm black, and a woman, I'm queer, you know. So at that point, it's, as they say in Latin, a reductio ad absurdum. You reduce everything to the point of absurdity, that there's nothing more to discuss. Well, and this is, in fact, the theorizing of colonial theory. For example, that the mass of white people are colonizers and therefore forever counter-revolutionaries.
Right.
And so all of this takes the US people out of history. They cannot be anything but counter-revolutionary because they are settlers, they are oppressors by definition, and that the election of 2024 was a counter-revolution. You know, and one thing I like about doing podcasts, I just hope my friends who hold those positions come on and step up, hometown. Let's discuss it. But you know what I'm, you know who I'm talking about. But they don't want to discuss these matters. They say it, and then it's over. Now, but what does the all humanity struggle mean in terms of political economy of the United States? Its political economic foundations are the peace industrial economy, demilitarize the American economy, shut down the financial oligarchy. The American people don't owe them a dime and should not pay them anything. The major banks and financial institutions, which does not mean all of them, have to be appropriated to a peace industrial economy. A new infrastructure, new cities free of gentrification and housing segregation, where people are lifted out of unemployment and despair and homelessness and are trained and given jobs. It is not that difficult. That is why Franklin Roosevelt is so beloved of the working people. They began to do all of that. Children should not be left to run the streets alone in the summer. Schools should not be like prisons. Children should not be treated like adults and sexualized. Beyonce, if you got so much talent, put some clothes on, girlfriend. Little girls are looking at you. Little boys are looking at you. You understand where I'm coming from? A peace industrial economy alongside a cultural renaissance. I was talking to Dwight this morning, and we were talking about the university we graduated from, our disappointment with it, an absolute failure. Absolute failure. Dwight said he wouldn't say it to the president. I said, if you don't say it, you perpetrate it. You got to go up in there. You got to say, a failure you do not realize. These universities produced every major intellectual in the history of Black people, including W.E.B. Du Bois at Fisk University. You understand where I'm coming from? And at our university, Kwame Nkrumah, Nnamdi Azikiwe, the two first presidents of African nation, Marshall, all of this, Langston Hughes. Those are the shoulders we stand on. And y'all done took it down into the gutter like this. I mean, I cannot, it's hard for me to go up there, you know, without cursing and, you know, and all that, and maybe get locked up. So I say, this man is crazy. But a cultural academic renaissance, a new pedagogy, a new worldview. Black people are not subordinates to a white establishment. Don't educate me to get a job in a law firm by white. Educate me for freedom. That's what we were doing at Lincoln. I mean, it's so extraordinary and so disappointing. But a cultural revolution. And I just want to end on this. What is the epistemology from which we operate? And this is going to become increasingly a question that has to be put on the table to all sides in this struggle to move forward. How do we come to know the world? What is the relationship of scientific analysis to art? What is the relationship to knowing the world, to knowing its people, especially the poor? What do we mean when we say a totalizing epistemology or a totalizing or holistic epistemology? What does it mean if in the long and prolonged struggle to know the truth that we reject on the basis of its limitations and the contradictions within its own system of both European rationalism and British empiricism? What does it mean to establish a new foundation of philosophy, if philosophy is to exist at all? What must be the relationship of philosophy to art, of philosophy to political struggle, of philosophy to the struggle for peace? When was the last time you heard a philosopher talk about peace?
Right.
I heard some people back in the days, and they had quickly abandoned the stage of history because they couldn't get a job. You know, I know what that's like, by the way. What does it mean if philosophy, by the nature of the projects that it engages in, rejects narcissism, of queer politics, of identity politics? What does it mean if philosophy upholds the least of these and is concerned with the moral imperative? What if Martin Luther King and James Baldwin and W.E.B. Du Bois become the groundwork for new American philosophy and challenges philosophers all over the world to rethink what they do and how they do it? What if philosophy ceases to be an academic pursuit and becomes a human endeavor? What does it mean if philosophers, an army of them, let us say, takes on artificial intelligence critically and does away with all this romanticism of how good it's going to be for all of us because it's going to help us diagnose cancer better?
Right.
What about all the people that lost a job in the process? What if a new epistemology that is confident in our ability to know the truth, and that philosophy's main aim is to know the truth so that humanity can be free from war, What if our epistemology revisits political theory and democratic theory? What if, in this long battle for the truth, we might find more that is phenomenologically significant in the Garden of Prayer than the philosophy department at the University of Pennsylvania, Harvard, or Yale? What if philosophy and epistemology relooked at music? Suppose Albert Ayler is in fact the genius he said he was. What if Sun's notion of space is a metaphor for something far deeper and broader in terms of the human mind? What if all of this were put on the table? You see what I'm saying? This occurs just like when we studied the Renaissance and the Reformation. And in fact, Serafina and I were looking at a documentary, which I've shared all over the place now, on Leonardo da Vinci, a world transformative intellectual and artist who saw an unbreakable link between art and science.
Yeah, interesting.
That he chased who the human being was to his or her heart, the center of all of the feelings and sentiments. Now, what all that means, I'm not certain about. But what you saw in the faces and eyes and features and posture of his paintings reflected something deeper than the outwardness of the person. This is all in front of us. And these, I mean, for me, outside of the political opposition to them, are easy to present to people wherever they are. I think the year of Baldwin has made that so obvious for us. You know, because what we saw is a rich intellectual environment, even when we don't agree, a rich environment, an all humanity environment. And I know in all of our reading groups, you know, at the Central Branch, we've been doing it for 10 months. We had ups and downs. Now we're on the upswing. And it is a all humanity environment where democracy and discussions about every problem can be discussed. I think this is what we can do. I think this is what we must do going forward. I think this provides a way for us to think more clearly, you know, as we go through these next years.
Well, the thing that stood out to me in what you said, like all of it was, at first, I was gonna respond and talk about the way you talked about sociology, like to actually know not just the people, but your people, like your country, the American people. But then you said this thing later that captured me where you said, if you can say that the 18th century gave us the framework of class conflict, the 20th and 21st century gave us the understanding of all humanity. And not just the concept or the framework, but also the concrete it gives us the concrete foundational struggles for humanity, which is for peace and the struggle for peace and democracy. And actually, the reason why it kind of struck me is because in some ways it both that plus what you're saying about that like what's most important is sociology, which is to actually which is to in addressing anything, like whether it's the crisis or let's just say art or any region of society, is to go to specifically an understanding of the people and their potential, like groups of people, like classes, their movements, that plus like this thing of to know the American people is to know specifically the decisive force, like the historic role, but also like the decisive force and capacity of the African American people on behalf of the American people, and as like a lead, like almost a leading group to show the American people what they can do. And I feel like the reason why what you said about the foundational struggles for humanity, for peace and democracy struck me is because I feel like in a lot of ways, it reminded me of how Du Bois, who specifically also was like, I'm going to go with sociology of all like ways of doing science. Like I'm choosing sociology and his specific understanding of sociology. That Du Bois was like, the reason why I'm so committed to studying and why I'm so interested in the African American people is not simply just because I am African American, but because I believe the African American people are a decisive force in America and a world historic force. It reminded me of the phrase, sorry, I'm saying it a bunch of times, but the foundation, the 20th and 21st century, so like both the 1900s and then now, gives us the foundational struggles for all humanity, like for peace and democracies, because I actually think in some ways it helped understand even something like the anti-colonial movement. Because actually, in some ways, when you take all the anti-colonial movements of Africa and Asia, what they always ended up turning into is an all humanity struggle. Like even take Bandung, for example, or the non-aligned movement. When you read the Bandung document, every single session of Bandung, the convening of the recently liberated or not yet liberated Asian and African peoples to the world, like darker people of the world, was they basically were trying to answer the questions of not class conflict, but actually all humanity, which is peace. Like they would talk a lot about nuclear war. They would talk a lot about development, like peaceful development, which is like in some ways their emphasis on we need peace in order to develop our economies. And it reminded me of how also like the civil rights movement is actually not that the civil rights movement, the Black freedom struggle is like very much goes hand in hand with all the other great revolutionary movements of the world. Both revolutionary in that they were seeking to achieve democracy, but in understanding that there is no such thing as an actual achievement of democracy without an achievement of peace. Like that all humanity struggle, like they had that all humanity framework. And then the other thing that was funny was I thought about how even the Soviet Union, for example, which was founded upon, in some ways, like was based upon this understanding of class conflict, because like Lenin and like Marx, Lenin, that even where they landed they didn't just stay with class conflict, but actually they ended up in the same place of the all humanity struggle, because the Soviet Union ended up like putting a lot of their efforts into the like World Peace Council, like, and it kind of showed to me, it helped understand like that the foundational struggle that must be inherited or like has yet to be achieved is framed by the all humanity concept. And I guess the other thing it made me think about is in some ways we've talked about it before, at least in America, but it helped me reframe like where we're at in the time of the clock of humanity,
Right.
which is
In the time of what?
the time of the clock of humanity, like kind of like what time on the clock of the world are we at, where the achievement, like that in some ways it's this all humanity struggle for peace and democracy, like the achievement of peace and democracy is is the only way to actually defeat white supremacy, for
I
example.
agree with that.
And
I'm sorry.
and it also makes you think that it rephrases the understanding that white supremacy is not just about a stagnant, motionless like concept of skin color, but rather it's an ideological and philosophical. It's an ideological and philosophical creation that requires both inferiority or subjugation of the darker world, and philosophically requires the splitting of the individual from humanity, including your own humanity. And I don't know, for some reason that just seemed important, like that this is an all humanity struggle for peace and democracy. Like, that phrasing makes a lot of sense. And the other thing I wanted to just talk about is what you're saying about sociology, because I really liked your definition of, like, I think Du Bois's definition of sociology in some places. He says sociology is the scientific, is the science of law and chance. Like, he always talked about it's the science of law and chance, with an emphasis on chance. With the emphasis on chance, meaning like the agency of human beings. But I kind of like your definition of sociology as like understanding people's potential as groups, classes, and movements. Because I think in some ways, like people, I wrote down that people, like when you're talking about people who claim to be geostrategic analysts today, that like in some ways their understanding of like big powers, like they focus a lot on big powers, but they never can tell you about their own country or even like small countries.
Yes.
Oh shoot, I wrote something about like the big power thing. But yeah, that I think was significant, because like when you're talking about that the American people, the measure of the American people can be best measured by the capacity of African American people.
So I put enough, the capacity of the American people is interconnected to the capacity of Black folk. That's another way to put the same thing.
Right, and like
you can't measure the capacity of the American people separate from the capacity of Black folk.
Right.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
And I thought a lot about like I know it's kind of, when you're saying it, there's a lot of humor in it, but I actually think it's pretty serious, where you were like, think about how even the way white people dance has changed over 60 years. Because if anything, what you see today is that white people are trying to come closer to Black people.
Yes.
Or without knowing, have been changed by Black people, even let's say culturally. And I thought a lot about, like, we've been reading E. Franklin Frazier's study of the Negro family in the United States of America. And what's interesting is like both Frazier and Du Bois focused a lot on emancipation as this inflection point. Because basically the theory is that if there is emancipation, let's say like the end of slavery and emancipation, some people might say, okay, the reason why Black people acted a certain way under slavery is because of the historical conditions of slavery, like the material historical conditions of slavery. So then the argument would be, okay, if there's no more slavery, let's just pretend like, okay, there actually is no more slavery, there's emancipation for real. Then the theory is that like, oh, they would come closer to white people.
Yes.
But actually, Frazier and Du Bois, through their sociological works of interviewing people, basically assert that even after emancipation, not only did Black people continue certain social relations, family relations, that the mother, unlike patriarchy, there's still this important figure of the grandmother, the granny. Even after emancipation, even after they leave the South and they move north, the material conditions have changed. They're no longer in the peasant South, they're in the urban North. Like the historical material conditions have changed. Yet Black people never assimilated to the white system. And in fact, there's the opposite, which is that the Black social system in some ways evolves and crystallizes more into an alternative.
I would agree with that.
Which is why, like you made the point, Doc, why is it that, let's say after emancipation, you didn't get like American music, but you get white music and then you have Black music. Like that is evidence, right? That's kind of scientifically, that's evidence of something very unusual. Because like if it was just about like, okay, material conditions, no more slavery, then wouldn't the assumption be that like over time, even with like racial mixing, you would get like an American people who all like the same music slowly, who like the same music. But actually what you see is that if anything, white people slowly are trending towards Black people,
Right.
to the point that even in terms of beauty standards, like white women want to have like juicy booties.
Yeah, is that what you call it? Go ahead. No.
Like even right, the beauty standard, lips, like lip
Yeah.
injections,
Yeah.
butts, the emphasis on like squatting in order to get butts,
Yeah.
like larger butts. Like you see a trend towards Black women, right? Black women, except you have white skin.
Have you ever heard of a figure in pop culture called Bertha Butts? So
No.
don't worry about it.
But
Rhonda,
and then
but go, no, I'm sorry to
no. And that's like, it's deep because it's like, I don't know, it's evidence of, and the same people who produce these great the same people who produce the great movements, like the civil rights movement, the Black freedom struggle, which actually are not only happen at the same time as a world historic movements around the world, anti-colonial movements. And that's, in some ways, America is connected to the world because of African Americans,
I think so.
like to the concrete struggles and philosophically. Like, I think that questions being raised by the civil rights movement about like achieving democracy, which means that like it's the assumption that first of all, in America, we don't have democracy because democracy is incompatible with white supremacy. So if you were to actually achieve democracy, you have to defeat white supremacy. And in order to defeat white supremacy, you'd have to actually achieve democracy. That's exactly, it's not that dissimilar from the world movements, like the anti-colonial movements of darker humanity. But what was the point I was trying to make? But oh yeah, that's why I think the same people who produced the political struggles, like the democratic struggles, also produced an entire, like, I think philosophy, but also art, like art and culture and philosophy. Like, in some ways, there's the resources, the intellectual and spiritual resources that could help give rise to like what you talked about really movingly at the end about the peace-industrial economy and a cultural academic renaissance, like a new pedagogy, new worldview that would change the conditions and allow a new human being to be born. Yeah, and I guess I'll stop there, but yeah, your introduction made me think a lot. And yeah, it made me think a lot, and it was also, I think it puts also a lot of value and emphasis on essentially sociology.
Yeah.
Which I think we, without maybe deliberately knowing it, have basically engaged in for the last year. And I think if anything, it's become more important. Like more than anything is to like approach things sociologically. Like to actually get to know, even in the city of Philadelphia, like you said, like Mother Dabney's church becomes more important than like a philosophy department at Penn. Like to actually know, for example, like how the Black social system is expressed in the city of Philly still. And I guess my last note is I just wanted to, when Doc and I hung out this past week, I was like, for some reason, I felt compelled to like go back to photos I took from when some of us, we did a road trip from Nashville to Memphis.
Yes.
And we went to, one of the most moving experiences was actually going to Fisk. Because I think despite the fact that there has been a deliberate ideological attack on young people, and especially Black youth and Black people in particular, including like HBCUs, like actually Fisk was still very beautiful, and it feels like you're being transported back in time. And what was crazy is at Fisk, they had this really wonderful statue of Du Bois, but when we were like, there's this student who was a Fisk student who was assigned to give us a tour, and we were telling him like, he was kind of interesting. Well, first of all, he's like it was really cool because he was just kind of gives you like good Sunday boy school vibe, like good Sunday school boy vibes, like very sweet. Like he has that like that goodness, sincerity that like you associate with the South. And he was like, oh, what are you guys doing down here? Whatever. And we were saying, we just came from Memphis and we saw like Mason Temple where King gave his mountaintop speech and whatever. And he was like, oh, that's so funny that you mentioned that because I'm the great grandson of the founder of the Church of God in Christ, of that temple. And he was like, my name is Charles Patterson III. And it was cool because he basically was like, I'm at this because my family is full of Fiskmen. Like, if you are significant, not just preacher, but you're a leader, you're like a leader in this, like a religious leader. He was like, you get sent to Fisk. Like, we come from a long line of Fiskmen. And he was like, I'm a history major and I'm doing my thesis on Du Bois. He was like, I love that man. He was like, that man's my favorite man. And it was just so odd because it felt like you were engaging with history. And there's still that like tradition of like, yeah, it's just really weird because I feel like you don't realize it. And then we went to the Jubilee Singers Hall. I was like remembering all stuff. We went to the Jubilee Singers Hall and there's beautiful art everywhere. And when we went into the hall, you just immediately hear singing. It's kind of like the way Du Bois describes, like, I went to this little village and everywhere I looked, there was genius. And in Jubilee Singers Hall, this like young woman was like singing so beautifully. And she was like, I'm practicing for my recital. And it's just interesting because it's almost like it feels like you're in a whole different world. You're in a different world where like goodness of character and hard work and striving to like be like, to like contribute to humanity, like through art and singing and history and whatever, it's like it's still valued and exists there. And like you do kind of basically see that like world within a world, like that alternative civilization. And yeah, so I wanted to raise that because that's when you're talking about the cultural academic renaissance and how it could produce a new human being. Like that's kind of what I imagine. Yeah, where it's like it's more likely or possible for you to like be able to like be really good and like and like contribute good. And it's just very normal. It's not like no one is like I'm really cool, I'm the best. Instead it was just very normal. And everyone was very kind. People were like, hey Charles, hi Charles, like when you were walking around. So yeah.
Well, it was nice being away from Philly in the sense that actually,
You said it was nice.
yeah, it was nice. Let me finish first. Because I think sometimes you have to be away, and maybe this is youth, right? Where you have to be away actually to appreciate or know what you took for granted sometimes. It's such a part of your daily life. And it's all of your life. I mean, for us all here, it's like every day, there's a reading group, there's a thing we're going to, there's free school on Saturday. And maybe it is because I'm young, where being away from it, you realize that there are certain things that are not present everywhere else you go. And what I mean specifically is that I was in London for 2 weeks, and part of London is that it's very familiar in some ways because of European civilization, its ties to America. People speak English there. I could get around fairly easily. What was I gonna say? But at the same time, you start to recognize that there's so much actually of America that you don't find in London, or Philly in London, or New York City in London. And as I was going about London, I was trying to essentially think about the world and London's people from the perspective of free school, which is, who are these people? What are they thinking? What are they aspiring to? How do they relate to each other? It was hard to completely know because I was there for a short period of time. I'm also not from there, but I felt so glad actually to be American. where I feel like actually Americans are much more interesting and complex, where I think there's a certain level within Europe of everything's either cool or we've given up. Where it's like it's even in the physical environment where like shops close really early, people aren't really talking to each other. And I mean, it's a depressing city because the sun sets at like 3 p.m. and it feels like it's 9 p.m. But it's also very, and I can't pinpoint exactly why, but it seems like, actually I might be able to, which is that in London, you get a sense that actually they've given up figuring out what the future looks like. A lot of the, like, because there's a ton of museums and libraries and artifacts and sculptures and paintings, basically an archive of European civilization and also that throughout the rest of the world because they stole so much from the rest of the world. But then there is not really a sense of what can move it forward. And it was trying to pull so hard from the American tradition. Or Korea was also a big thing, like Korean modern art. But I say the American tradition specifically of Black people and Black art, because I think there's a sense that there's moral authority of Black folk as a modern people, but they can't quite figure it out. And the reason why I say that is because they had a lot of this queer identity politics stuff in the modern art museums. But then the person that they looked to was this Black porn, like artist or quote unquote porn. Yeah, this person performed porn. And this is like in modern art. So porn as revolutionary, porn as culture. But the other half is like, or actually before I moved to the future, like a lot of it was about the past. And it was really impressive actually, because you go to something like the National Gallery of London, and you basically see like all of this art in the past where you see the influence of the Enlightenment, the Renaissance, science, reason from the Holy Roman Empire to then Protestant Reformation, and how in the past much of art was only related to religious themes. But then you get to the more individual human person being depicted in art. And I also realized through that, like even how they defined philosophy, thinking, social moral progress. I liked actually, I took a couple of notes, which is that they had 18th century science as natural philosophy, but then they also depicted experiments in physics and chemistry as experimental philosophy.
They call it experimental.
Yes, experimental philosophy. And so the reason why I say that is because I was able to appreciate it because of the discussions we had in preschool. What were the contributions of European civilization at the time? But at the same time, what was happening in Europe as they're going through revolutions in art, philosophy, so forth. And it was actually very different from America, which is that meaning they're talking about, like Napoleon and France and Britain and how, and the wars between the two. And then like the East India Company and how like the colonization of the rest of the world and all of that. Then they have 1776 and it's like one piece on a long timeline, right? And even that visual was so jarring to me because for America, 1776 is one of those like landmarks of, the change and difference and breakaway of America from Europe. But then like following 1776, then going into the 19th century, the timeline for Europe basically ends. All this great art, civilization, culture, but then what happens afterwards, after the 2 world wars? And there's no answer really to it. And that's why I think it was like in seeing that I realized, I was like, yeah, there's nothing generative from Europe or specifically London as I was experiencing of what their vision, or if there is a vision of what the future looks like. And I was actually telling Emily this, but at the end, which is, okay, you have all these wars, you have the Enlightenment, Renaissance, British colonization, and then the two world wars, and it was epitomized, like that point in British history was epitomized by the Barbican that I had seen in London, which is essentially during World War II, the Barbican, like, I'll explain it, which is that because of World War II, London was bombed so heavily as well. There essentially was this area in London that became a big black hole where it was bombed. And in its place, they built this place called the Barbican, and it has like brutalist architecture, meaning like all of the architecture looks like death. Like it's made of concrete, it's all like sharp angles, and it's supposed to essentially represent the emotions of the time following World War II. It's depressing. It's people are like, we just got bombed. Like, all they can really do is be in this existential mode. But that was kind of the end of the timeline when it was like all this impressive stuff, but it stops there. Whereas I feel like for America, there is life after the two world wars.
That just made me think about when I'm thinking about the timeline. I'm fast forwarding to the 60s when all their colonies were becoming independent.
Yeah.
It's time to pay back. Right? They had a massive influx from Barbados, Jamaica, all these places. That just came to mind as you were saying.
Yeah. And I guess my whole point being like being there helped me to appreciate actually what is in the American chronology, and what is also unique to America, where you can't just transplant the history and the movements of a different place and time to what is new here. And I think that's why sociology is so important, and the scientific study of people is so important, or the sociology and history philosophy of this country is also important, because you have to understand the conditions of this place to understand what is the way or the path forward. And that's why even with Emily's emphasis on sociology, coming out of London, I took sociology also more seriously. And I was trying to read, not that I wasn't, but I was trying to read, how Du Bois had approached sociology. And it is this heavy emphasis on science and thinking and rationalism and reasoning. But this is a page or a chapter from Dusk of Dawn, his chapter, Science and Empire. And he describes it, which is, the main result of my schooling had been to emphasize science and the scientific attitude. And then fast forward, in Germany, I turned still further from religious dogma and began to grasp the idea of a world of human beings whose actions, like those of the physical world, were subject to law. On the other hand, the difficulties of applying scientific law and discovering cause and effect in the social world were still great. I was determined to put science into sociology through a study of the condition and problems of my own group. And that really stood out to me, because Du Bois does take essentially from this fountain of knowledge of the world, in understanding essentially what he described, or what he called the color problem, or the color line. And I think, and then the other thing was also, while my trip away, I was also listening to a ton of podcasts, and to understand, what's going on in the world. And I missed free school because I didn't have other people. I was like listening to free school while you guys were here, but there's so much going on in the world. I was like, actually, by the time I got back, the fires in California had already happened. When I saw that, I was like, yeah, this reminds me of Baldwin when he was like, no more water, the fire next time. And I mean, it's not a joke, but it did remind me of Baldwin, which is that it's a tumultuous time right now, and a lot is changing in the world. And this all humanity framework is important, and not just all humanity, but all humanity with democracy. Because I was listening to this podcast by Foreign Affairs, where they interviewed the U.S. ambassador to China, and he was he was, asked questions about China, like, what do you think of China, Taiwan, Chinese aggression, their dictatorship there. And this person I actually appreciated because he kind of was honest and placed the question on the table, where he was like, well, China, like, it's being aggressive in the Taiwan Straits, all this stuff. China, it's a competitor because they have all this talent coming out from China, like research and development, and it's a competitor. And it's a competitor in the sense that it's what you were saying of like great powers. And it's very different from this narrative that what you're saying, which is all humanity. Instead of always being like, oh, like the US, like I don't think ever China's like the US is a competitor. It's only the US that's saying that China is a competitor. And so but at the same time, this guy was honest because he's an ambassador, he also goes to China often. And so he was like, 80% of my lens is China as a competitor, but 20% is collaboration, that we need to have peace for us to work on issues that we share with China, which is like climate change and so forth. But the 20% that he was talking about is that when he goes to China, he was like, the thing is that you talk to different levels of Chinese society, and actually people are happy with their government. Like the youth are doing, even though there are issues with unemployment and whether or not, or unemployment, I mean, COVID was a big thing then. He was like, but they're doing better than their grandparents were. And he admitted this, and this is very different from how we're talking about the youth of today, especially for Black folk, which is, can they expect better than their parents and grandparents? And so, yeah, I think there was a lot in your presentation, and those were sociology, all humanities stood out, and I'm happy I'm back. Yeah.
Well, okay, I was going to say something. I was thinking, of this question of like what you've been talking about in recent times about the all humanity struggle, but also about the nature of the working class. And I think this is what I think you've been saying for some time about how the working class needs to be like really understood afresh, because you might be at a time where the working class is like, you cannot make a meaningful distinction between poverty and the working class now. And I was thinking that this is probably a new stage that we are having, this whole question of the class struggle and so on, which we keep going back and forth with. I think this is a question for our time, because this distinction no longer can be made as precisely as it may. I mean, as it maybe could have like 100 years back. And which is why when all this talk about the class struggle and so on, I mean, we are faced with a time that no conversation about the class struggle resonates with working people anymore, because like this is like the question is that we are not at a stage where the class struggle determines the class struggle addresses the central contradiction, which is not which is not simply of the equal distribution of the modes of production and so on, but it's really about a question of the stage of human development in the act. And I was thinking, I mean, I may not be right about this, but I was thinking that, like maybe even even the time of the Russian Revolution, the principal contradictions was not about what the human standards are, but it was about all humanity being able to reach that standard. It was more of a question of the class struggle, because you do have an aristocracy, you do have whatever the Russian French aristocracy is, and you're talking about for the first time the working class of the world coming into consciousness, and like the whole formulation of the dictatorship of the proletariat and so on, where the working class is going to finally assert itself on the world stage. But the question of human standards, and I guess especially like for us, we are concerned with the white standard and standards set for and defended by white supremacy. This is, I think, it's a new question now. I mean, this is what I was thinking of, when I try to make sense of the all humanity struggle question, because we are at a time where the whole notion of what the human being aspires to is on the table. And I think this is why it's simply a question of class struggle. Yeah.
Aspires to and what the human being deserves. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, but that's I think that helps. I mean, the aspiration and like really what the human being means, what the human being deserves.
Yeah.
And this cannot be simply answered by the question of like a zero-sum game. I mean, I think the class struggle, I don't think the class struggle is essentially the same as a zero-sum game as, the ruling class tries to put it. But I think to keep going back to the formulation of the class struggle today is closer to the formulation of the ruling class about zero-sum, where we are saying, okay, the like entire resources of the world are essentially finite and so on, and therefore you keep going back to that. But I think we are at a stage where this is not even new, but everyone says this all the time nowadays, that we are at a time where the entire world's population has access to a decent standard of living. Then this is a new stage. This was not 200 years back, perhaps, and which is why this. I mean, I agree that this formulation is closer to, or it resonates more with people, because we are talking about not simply a question of the modes of production and who can or cannot have access to those to that. So then that's how I was trying to like make sense of the question of the all humanity struggle.
Yeah.
And the other thing I was thinking of was really okay, like this is what you in your presentation, but also like what Emily and Alice was saying also reminds me of this, that I think this formulation of philosophy as, or a new philosophy that is an attempt to connect the arts and the sciences. I think this is a significant formulation, because, and also how you talk about Da Vinci as as an exemplar of that. I mean, he was a scientist and an artist, and I guess too, what you guys were like both saying, I think when we started reading, like when I started reading Du Bois, I mean, this was one of the things you would always come to, like, is he an artist or is he a scientist? I mean, for instance, like this book, like Dark Water, he alternates every like chapter on the scientific question of the human development with poetry. And it's this is just a question like how he does it in form, but even the substance of Du Bois, and especially this question of sociology, that's why he's saying that the future of sociology or the study of human beings is really a coming together of sociology and physics. And that's his whole formulation, that the study of human beings has to, it is to be guided by natural law, which is physics, and then at the same time by the human potential for like to break the law. And I think it's a very scientific formulation that he does, but it's also, I don't think it's just scientific in that, in the usual sense, because I think he is, like Du Bois is, he may be he may be called the father of a new renaissance, I guess, for today, because that's what we're trying to do. I mean, to really to bring forth this new epistemology. We have been studying this with Baldwin and all of that, but really I think what he was starting to do back in the early 20th century, even, he's trying to work out a new philosophy which bridges the question of art and the science. I mean, it's talking about the create, and this is, I think I think every artist or every sincere scientist at some point comes to this question. I mean, there is a lot of creativity in science if you care about, like doing good science, and there's a lot of scientific thought you put in art, and this is, not even new. And but the thing is, he actually demonstrated this in practice. And what is, I think what you're saying about sociology, this really, I think it's a deep thing that sociology comes to the center of this question, to work out a new philosophy which talks about human development and the human capacity for art and for science. Sociology is indispensable because, like, this is the study of the human being, the study of, the study of human progress. And I mean, it amazes me that, this is, like, because I've also been, like some of us have been looking at, some Indian thinkers of the 20th century, and especially, like, some of the sociologists, because to work out the question of how to study the modern human being in Asia. But then this study really begins in Black America, and this study begins, with Du Bois, I think, because he's asking the question of, okay, we're in the business of inventing a new standard of man, new aspiration of the human being. And yeah, the sociology being at the center of it, I think it's very significant that, the study of the human being is essential to the working out of a new philosophy. I mean, yeah, I feel like you dropped some new formulations today with the totalizing or holistic epistemology, and I'm thinking about it because, like, we need to say holistic is also to talk about theory and about practice, and this is where I guess the question of the class struggle and, the the American left or the left anywhere today, this comes, because you can talk about theory for, till the cows come home, but ultimately the test for theory is whether or not your theory is taken up by or resonates with the people. And I mean, this is the ultimate, the test for any theory. And I think we're at a point where we are seeing that, these, the categories of left and right, or the class struggle as a static formulation based on a working class 100 years back. It's no longer, it's theory of, like, all, which serves and provides all the best accolades, but it's no longer like it's like there has been a chasm between the theory and practice at this point. And yeah, I just wanted to bring it up because to work out a new philosophy at this time, the need for sociology seems to be very significant. Without the study of without the scientific study of the human being, which must take into account the human factor, which is not defined solely by solely by rational science, or however you understand that. I mean, it's indispensable.
Just a small thing, just on Du Bois, his work, The Souls of Black Folks, in some ways is an example of what you're talking about and could be considered a complete work of art in the Richard Wagner sense. Wagner was the German composer of operas, and he conceived of opera as a complete work of art. And so in Souls of Black Folk, just what you said, you get both the high literary achievement with metaphor, irony, but also there's music, there's poetry, there is science. And so it is, it doesn't fit. I think it's one of his best sociological works, but it does not fit the reductionist, positivist sociology. And I agree. So this complete work of art seems to be all over Du Bois, by the way.
Just to add to from what I was saying, I think that the other side of too much theory is no theory at all,
Yes.
and just only practice, only doing, only go out, get there, get it done, but without any. So I guess that the three has been instrumental in trying to put forward this idea that theory is important, new theory is important, understanding that philosophy is a movement of ideas and not just knowing them or having them in the correct context. And I think in thinking about philosophy, something that really struck me in what you said was how when's the last time a philosopher talked about war and peace? And I'd never thought of that question before, and I was really struck by it. And then I began thinking that war and peace have become a political question rather than a philosophical question. And the modern take on war and peace or philosophy and politics is that they have to be kept separate. Because in the same vein that Martin Luther King and James Baldwin tried to bring politics and philosophy together, and which is why they have been so slandered and, in King's case, assassinated, is because I think they try to do this. They try to bring in philosophy in politics, and they could, and you couldn't, keep that up. You couldn't keep that up because you have to, be, faced with facts like in modern day politics, in the current stage of the world, America being the richest country in the world, you have 18% rise in homelessness. Like these are the truths that that you have to face while being a leader of an empire, being part of this empire, but saying that philosophy is not going to get us through this. It's all of these economic, geopolitical, financial strategies. And I think that the real reason why governments or empires fail is because they lack knowledge. And I say this very specifically, and I get this from Du Bois, where he says that knowledge is within the people. The people are the main storehouse of knowledge and their experiences, which is why sociology becomes so important, and epistemology becomes so important. These are all of the things that I've been going through my head while we were discussing this. Why does an empire like the United States, which has everything figured out, has been in the top of their game for so long, or have they? Because you see King and Baldwin from the time that they have been writing, and Du Bois even before that, saying that there are cracks, and these cracks get more and more and more pronounced because they are moving farther and farther away from the people and understanding their situation, understanding the day-to-day lives of people. And I think one of the things that you said, which sort of clicked, is to look at world events from a big power-centric point of view versus a people-centric point of view. And I think that made a lot of sense to me. So I think moving forward, it does become important to place more faith in the experiences of people, which informs knowledge and philosophy and this new kind of democracy that we've all been talking about. And I think one other thing that I wanted to say was, I think was something that Emily said really made clear this one part where we were reading Baldwin in preparation for Wooden Shoe, and there's this part in Take Me to the Water where Baldwin says that 400 years of slavery, disfranchisement, and all of the experiences that the Negro race has had in this country has succeeded in making me a Westerner, but it has failed to bleach me, you know? And I think that is something that, Nathan Blaze and I, when we were trying to like read it, we were struggling to understand what he meant by, oh, I'm a Westerner, but this experience has failed to bleach me. And, a lot of what Emily said today made that clearer in my head, where that there was this effort to not become white always. And you can see that in the white attempt to become black through the years. And you can really see that there were two very distinct set of standards, and one which did not compromise, and one which knew that they had to compromise at some point in time. So yeah, I mean, these are just really helpful introduction and discussion.
Yeah, I think that's interesting because of the idea or concept, like when Nandita was like, Black people are the first modern people, and like colored modernity, those whole things we've been talking about recently. You and Emily are like putting together in my head something that I'm like trying to think of theoretically for something else, but like it has to do with. Seems like the topic of discussion is what is the revolutionary potential of the Black social system, and why is freedom the essential characteristic of freedom, the essential characteristic of a modern people, because it is true that like no energy in Europe, but energy in Africa, Asia, energy in America, in the struggle, like you had said, against a dying empire or a weakening or in crisis white world system. And it is true that to a certain extent, the over commodification, the over materialism of the American cultural, thing can make money off of appearances and celebrity, like what is fashionable, which is not dependent on the same institutions that make makeup, body injections, or music, but are dependent on the people and how the people think. Like you can sell, you can make fashionable somebody like fucking Ice Spice and
Like who?
like Nicki Minaj and stuff, but you can't. But you can't explain why is it that Black is beautiful and Asia is beautiful. You can make more. You can make more celebrities, like you had said with Taylor Swift, singing in the R&B genre. She would have to abide to the historical process of the people, which is dependent on the people's consciousness more than it is dependent on money, the banks, the people who institutionalize the music, rap culture, whatever have you. And I think that that's an interesting conversation to have because it helps work out why is it important for Black people to be free, because we're thinking about a new world that is also struggling to be born and the potentials of that new world. Meaning like, what does a modern world looked like you had mentioned with the students at FIS. That's emotional for me because I feel like at the end, I wanted to make most clear that not only does real philosophy or real art come from Du Bois, King, and Baldwin, but like the unknown or the things that aren't studied because that idea is not held at the helm, it makes it much harder to work out questions that either culture is trying to work out now between men and women, between beauty, about like there's just a lot of explanations of issues instead of answers to problems and theoretical terms that are
Say that, do that one
like
more time.
there's a lot of there's a lot of I feel that in today's art, the limits of it come from the lack of putting in the Baldwin, putting in Du Bois, putting in King, because as much as you try to take them out of it, they're still so social and human and moral and consciousness problems, philosophical problems that have to be amended, that are more easily answered with them involved, with the freedom movement involved than without. And so I think that like with King and with Du Bois and with Baldwin, there's a huge swell of these totalizing epistemologies, or this idea that philosophy is also a science, that art is a science, that things can become more of a whole than are working at different sides of like or even like in the opposite, which is the whole problem of AI, or the discussion that we've been having about physics, the narrowing of science, or that science has to be more and more specified rather than like the point of which is the point of human freedom, the point of human consciousness, which is the answer to the questions of either the soul or either the universe, space. Like I think it's interesting, like that Sun Ra, that when you have said, well, Sun Ra space also has to deal with the mind, it has to deal with consciousness. Like that's something that I don't even know if the leading physicists of our time are thinking about. But ultimately, those questions would help children better feel more creative or more able to think, not in boxed in or categorized unanswerable situation. Because that's the whole point also that I had a problem with at the Lucian Blackwell conversation, which is also goes back to Emily and what you said about FISC and the education of young people, which is like, well, what is the point if you will limit society, or if you will limit civilization, if that limit also causes the end of the world or the end of the universe, or no creative processes, and also maybe in turn like forces upon a more like internal and like hard crisis against the ruling elite than it will ever have conceived of. Or it becomes an even harder blowback at the end of the day, because young people are so dissatisfied with not being able to talk, and not being able to explain themselves, or not being able to make anything, which is kind of like the point. Yeah, I think that this is a deep conversation, because I think that it does set up the stage for the science conference and the questions of like music and epistemology and that kind of things. But it also, like, I really think that it's an important and like emotional thing to say that the United States people and the geopolitical, like to state it as a geostrategic. In that term specifically, because I find that it puts the situation that we're talking about, whether it be ideology or the crisis of America, to the level in which I feel it needs to be understood. It's not a matter, like, I feel as serious as the whole big or like, I don't know, strong empire, whatever, conflicts and stuff. We should also talk about the nature of the revolutionary process, or the nature of the historical process that constitutes or is constituted by a people who are decisive in the world and how the world will be. Basically, like, what will be its cultural, ideological, and philosophical output. Like,
Certainly, I just missed something. Before social ideological culture output, what was right before that?
I think that it's important to talk about the American people, to talk about Black people like this,
Yes.
because people are whom will make the world.
That's right.
If I could add to that, yeah, that man, that's what a refreshing proposition to come back to after being gone for 2 weeks. To say that the American people reaching a certain level of consciousness where their awareness that war and empire is incompatible with their own well-being,
Yes.
that threatens the United States war machine and empire to ultimately bring it down. I mean, this is a talk about, a knowledge of self, of your own awareness and capabilities. But it's interesting to see it in the Trump movement from a certain level of, I would say, self-interestedness, where this, more than not economically threatens my well-being, this war machine, which is true. And that's why I thought it was so significant that you also had to put humanity as the center of that, like, next stage of human development, human consciousness. I mean, when I think about the civil rights movement, people didn't want to go to Vietnam because it was strictly against their own self-interests financially. It was a question of, like, those are my brothers and sisters, and I cannot continue and without reaching my arms out to them and being a part of them as a human being. This this centrality of, like, humanity, the human being, for example, in the development of this country, for example, before you could even have a anti-Vietnam War movement or a movement for more economic justice, like in the Memphis sanitation strike, you had to have the question of the human being put on the table with your civil rights movement, as they say, and that immiseration, well, of course, spoke to an immiserated people, but it was humanity first, which included unoppressed people, but it had to be humanity first. And I mean, this is so significant in that, we don't have to look at the Trump movement as our, like, oh, this is our saviors. Oh, white people care about this now, so we can finally move forward. No, not at all, not at all. Although it's something we can do, we can work with that, man. I mean, at least in the civil rights movement, you had a white America that was content with the present order of things, and you still had people like King and thousands of ordinary people who gave their lives to say, we can strive for a better world, and we don't want equality as though we want to be like you. We actually want to try to raise you to our level.
Right.
And when like putting humanity forward, a small but dedicated group of people in this country can actually decide the future. This is even as bleak as it is right now, we already saw that then. Even now, like the whole world is moving towards this direction. And frankly, this country could get left behind. Europe could get left behind without reaching our arms towards humanity. So I mean, this is a whole new stage of world development that has to be intricately tied with a new epistemology, the like of which we've been talking about here, a whole new worldview centered around the human being. And it is as much of endeavor of the mind as it is human heart.
Yeah.
And it is in this country that we have had to struggle so deeply with how to transform the heart and human being.
Right.
And so I believe it is central to this country that we can achieve this new stage of history. So yes, in this way, even more so than through empire, tackling down empire, the American people are a geostrategic force for a new age of humanity.
Always thinking.
I'm thinking, I don't have a fully complete thought yet, but I mean, there's a lot here on this table that I'm also trying to grapple through. And I feel as if where we started, that essential question of like, is the US people's struggle for democracy a geostrategic force for world peace? That alone was such an immense topic when I saw it come into my email on Friday and was like, it's not something we haven't not explored before, but it also, I think, hits at the heart of what I think is the question facing, like, and that's where we're connecting it from our last week's discussion, the all humanity struggle, and also this question around colored modernity or even the last white nation, and what must be achieved in the struggle for a new world. And I feel as if I was even looking through like all that you had covered even to reach, I think, what this vision might look like for a new cultural renaissance, a new epistemology, new philosophy. I'm hoping that it's true. We have to take these questions up going into this new year and where we are in preschool. I guess one of the things I was trying to grapple with is just how it is true that what we're proposing is quite different than what the the internet is just so full of like geostrategic analysts. And like I listen to a lot of podcasts too because I miss free school and I miss like obviously this chatter cannot replace actually sitting together like here in free school or even in a reading group and like working out these questions like face to face or even with the people of Philadelphia like through Baldwin. But I was even asking myself like what makes it so distinct? What makes our approach so distinct? And even I think why in some ways like are just like us moving towards, like we were talking about it earlier, like a people-centered like understanding, or like to be able to not just see things in like such a determinative or like a political economy or even a geostrategic landscape of like levers and mechanics and like this figure and that figure coming and going in that country. And I think it made me realize like, we're not shy about talking about like large and significant forces such as like civilization or like there are ways in which we have studied like history or like what the world is moving through, moving towards through figures like a Putin or like a Trump or like a Xi Jinping, but it's not because they're strong men or that they are like strong, like, like cold calculated forces. Like, I think there is a reason why we're interested in, but it's not because they're sheer, like they're purely like large powers, but they represent the people. Like that has always been our approach. And it's because we have a better sense of what moves history always from the people, like always from like the sense of humanity. And like when yeah, that's why I think the quality of these podcasts feels so different, even though I'm like, I want to know what is happening here. Like I want to know, but then at the same time, you didn't really walk away from that podcast having felt like you learned all that much. Although you did learn one new tidbit about like, I don't know, a Qatar Syria pipeline that could have emerged out of like this potential. I was like, well, I guess I spent 20 minutes not really learning that much.
It's true.
But I think it's because it's not that and also that I was thinking about earlier last year when the rare moments when like the Duran did talk about like Africa, and they did talk about Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso, like these impressive moves to expel the French military, to regain control over so many important like minerals, and to finally after like what should have been like the fall of like the French Empire, like all of these long-standing agreements and arrangements where France still continues to control so much of what goes on in Africa, and through currency and through resources and all that, and that got picked up by like all these geopolitical strategists. But really it was because I still feel as if it was because they were obsessed with, I still feel like they put the emphasis on how this makes France feel rather than how this makes, world humanity or even Africa. Like, I feel the reason why they talked about it for just 1 week and then didn't really pick that back up or really see, like, it's not been returned to as a question, like, what is the future of, the African continent, or even like Pan-African Asia. I guess to go back to your Cornell days to talk about Africa. And so that was just something else that I was thinking about in terms of what I feel like some people might come to free school, or even come to you to provide, or think that you're gonna also add to that discourse, when it's like you have to start at a completely different understanding what even makes history. It's the people. And that's always been like, no matter what unit you might end up like aggregating people into, whether it's like an empire or even like a like strategic force, like what is the quality of that?
Just you say, what is the quality of that? Could you explain?
Yeah, I think it's because of our discussions around like political economy versus say like sociology, or like a social system, like, or even our discussions around historical materialism and class conflict versus like what the revolutionary process actually looks like. And especially if you can get at the specifics, or even just the nature of how the revolutionary process is actually unfolded in the United States. So I'm just like, I think that's just what I'm thinking about, just pulling those pieces apart.
Well, just like a few weeks ago, we were talking a lot about the church and state, or like medieval Europe. Now this is like putting something together in my head about like the Renaissance or the Enlightenment, and I still want to I feel like I have some catching up to do, or I still want to understand more why we're so into Da Vinci all of a sudden.
No.
But actually something I wanted to add in is, this morning I was looking at some of the old preschool transcripts, especially from our conversations in 2024, because of the review of the year of Baldwin we did. And I actually saw that your remarks in early January 1 year ago was about, well, like you used some interesting language, but you were basically talking about, you called it an intellectual history of the modern world, but then you brought up this concept a lot of different axial ages. And you talked about how there was the axial age with like the rise of Buddhism in 600 BCE or something. And then that the last axial age was the rise of modernity, and specifically a la like revolutionary thought, or like revolutionary transition or movement in Europe. And then you said that now we're entering not necessarily the start of a new axial age, but an Afro-Asiatic reconstitution of that same revolutionary modernity that was started by Europe. And something that I'm increasingly becoming like interested in, also because of our upcoming music symposium and then science symposium, which Serafino was also talking about, is basically what that reconstitution, like philosophically, or like sociologically, what that bridge between the crisis of white modernity into like sorry, I'm going in different directions, but that achievement of the vaunted colored modernity, which you said, that's your language, like what that reconstitution looks like. Because even when you were talking about this competition or these competing twin systems of like the white supremacist social system versus black social system, like, I don't know, it reminds me of how colored modernity and white modernity, like they sit within that common cradle of modernity, the modern age, modern questions. But I feel like, and this ties together a couple of things that people were saying, I feel like this question of why basically philosophy or science or art has had a narrowing effect, like it almost actually can't fit the organic thinking or capacity of the modern human being. Like, I guess this is obvious, but I think it has a lot to do with the artificial, like political and ideological counter revolutions that have been waged. Because like even for example, the civil rights generation, I think I didn't fully appreciate what they meant or what they were looking at when they said like Africa is liberating herself from like the chains of colonialism, and how people talked about how that had a great effect on the consciousness of like young Americans, what was happening with the African and like anti-colonial movements in the 1960s and 70s, just stuff like that. But I'm kind of shocked that like these remarks are really thorough. It's like 15 pages of remarks from this one lecture that you gave a year ago. And I think there's something else I wanted to pull out from it, but I think I was kind of surprised looking at it because just like with the church and state, I didn't really appreciate it. I was like, okay, cool. The Black church, like, oh, America has a lot of denominations, like whatever. I feel that way about this thing of the Renaissance too.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to pull one line out specifically where you said, you said, the world and humanity have moved forward, and this moment will be enlivened in the renaissance of humanity from a new civilizational, ideological center of humanity. But I just like this phrase, new renaissance of humanity, because throughout our conversation, what I got really interested in all of a sudden was like, did artists like Romare Bearden, Charles White, like Barclay Hendricks, how did they interpret, you know, were they influenced by like Martin Luther and the Protestant Reformation, or like Leonardo da Vinci and stuff? Because for example, Sun Ra, on his album, like the heliocentric worlds of Sun Ra, have you guys seen it? It's so funny. Where like he situates his face at the center, and then it's like a mathematical constellation, but then next to him is like Galileo Galilei. Leonardo da Vinci, but then it's like Sun Ra in the center. And like, yeah, he's conceiving. No, I'm sure you've seen it. He's like, it's, you know, it's very mathematical. like no, it's really funny.
Okay, this is Sun Ra, and next to him is Pythagoras.
Yeah. Or like Happy sent me this thing where Romare Bearden reinterpreted an Italian Renaissance painter's interpretation of the Odyssey, but then this time, like Odysseus was black. And it's a more universal story now. Like Greek mythology has become universal modern mythology. And I just really want to go into this thing of like colored modernity and what its emergence looks like. Yeah.
I guess the question that, I mean, for me, I'm not surprised that a lot of Black painters or Black artists, like the tradition in like most, you know, in America is the look to Europe. Like that is how white artists have always been trained. Like, oh, you get just enough money once you reach like your third year in training to go to Europe, and you study the frescoes, you study the Italian Renaissance. And I feel as if for me, what I'm trying to move past is that feeling that like the creativity, the ingenuity, the like revolutionary spirit of the Renaissance has not actually been sucked dry. Sucked dry. That because I think that what like European reinterpretations or like references back to the Renaissance has also been, I feel like through the development of like white supremacy, is to pinpoint we have developed something that is distinct from the rest of like humanity. And in fact, like we have achieved science when others haven't, even though we did obviously build all of this science from like first the Greeks, but they were preserved through like Arab and Persian and Indian scholars. And like, obviously none of these achievements could have actually been moved forward without like an engaging like with Africa and Asia. But I feel like what we're saying is something different, where I think I'm trying to move past all of what I feel like are the myths around white supremacy that I feel like plucked the Renaissance from, I think, what it could have been. And I think the thing that I think that most painters or most artists in the US have had, like, I think, had to, whether they could even go to Europe, if they, or like Barclay Hendricks had a trip to Europe when he, I think, he got a scholarship from Papa to go and study the Italian frescoes. I think it's a pilgrimage that a lot of artists in the modern era have to take. The same way that you all probably study science through Galileo, you all study science through like Newton, but are those achievements like set in still, or even just for like, you know, white supremacy or like what, like, or even Western civilization as it's, you know, been, I think, built up, or is what we're doing trying to unshackle or like free what these achievements have like represent for all of humanity. And I guess I'm like trying to move past all that discomfort or like that, like, I guess, my own understanding that like I'm far more excited in some ways originally by like the art that departed from this tradition, but most artists do know, they even like especially African American artists know they have to go there, even if they didn't make the trip there. They could look, you know, like them or self-taught artists who would look in books and look at photos, images of like a Michelangelo painting or Da Vinci and move from there. So I mean,
Well, you can go.
No.
Well, I actually have felt the same way as Kathy over the past 3 schools, the conversation modernity, which actually, I think, bringing the last year's, the thing about the Axel age, I think that helped me reconcile something. Because in some ways, what I felt uncomfortable around was, I was like, so what you're saying is that without the European Enlightenment and the Renaissance even, that Asia and Africa would never be able to enter modernity. And in some ways, I don't know, for some reason it was a little uncomfortable to ask this question of like, what do we mean by modernity? Because I was like, okay, so what you're saying is what we're saying that like without the Enlightenment, humanity would be like, would have like never been able to make leaps. But in some ways we are kind of basically saying that, yeah, like I think you said it once, Doc, you explained it as in the long arc of human thought, like even back to Buddha, like back to the times of Buddha and like the ancient sages, that most of human history has had these great civilizations that have like created the pyramids. They had the math and the manpower to create the pyramids, and Buddha, like just the whole thought of humanism came from Buddha, but that Europe also had their time, and it was such a significant time. And like what you said about it defined, in some ways, revolutionary thought does come from something significant did happen with the Renaissance and the European Enlightenment. Like that was significant because, I mean, in some ways how I reconciled it was I was like, well, I mean, the Chinese Revolution and even the Vietnamese Revolution, they both literally took from the Declaration of Independence. Like China was not like, all right, guys, like after feudalism and after the dynastic period, we're just going to create a new dynastic period. They were like, no, we're going to found the People's Republic of China, based upon our understanding of the Republic of America. like, and I think, I don't know, like that, I guess I'm just trying to make sense of all this because to a certain degree, there was a discomfort in me where I was like, oh, so like that was because part of me is a little bit of a hater. I'm like, well, I think Buddha is just as important as Locke or whatever. but like basically the concept of, but in some ways the reconciliation comes from African American art and thought and the freedom struggle, where in some ways what we're seeing is kind of like I don't know, the phrasing that I guess Dawkins used last year of from the Enlightenment, or like I guess from this understanding of revolutionary thought, it will have to come from a new civilizational center, like an Asiatic reconstitution, like I don't know, like a new civilizational center taking up, like I don't know, I guess a revolutionary, inheriting a revolutionary thought that is born from Europe. Because the thing I've also thought about a lot is from the Met exhibit, the Harlem Renaissance, which a lot of people didn't like, which is fine. But to me, what stood out was it reintroduced me to something that was really important to me, which was it was the first time I thought about the art concept of the portrait. That was the first time I ever thought of that. Because I started studying this, but I was like, oh yeah, I like finally understand like the function of art, like let's say painting, because we're writing this play, but like painting comes from the act of, like, it's not even like photography, even like painting, for example, or drawing. You are producing the language. You are forced to produce a language that does not yet exist to depict something or express something new. Like, you know what I mean? You're out of your own force of like art, basically. You're essentially putting language to an idea that you know is important. And that act is like very difficult and like very novel in some ways. And to me, the portrait, like, it is the Da Vinci thing. When you brought up the Da Vinci thing, I have been thinking a lot about this too, where like Shamart also mentioned it in Doc when you said Da Vinci, science and art are not separate. And like, you know, like the whole concept of the Renaissance, man, like the whole idea that like Da Vinci was not just a painter, like a separated category. They were all polymaths. Like they were all philosophers and mathematicians and scientists. And Da Vinci was like, I'm gonna like literally dissect the human body, and like, but it's not just about the physical body, it's also about the understanding of like what's the source of the complexity of life, what's the source of like existence, like what gives the human body meaning. Is it the soul? Where does the soul come from? Is it the body, the flesh, whatever. And in some ways, the only comparison to that feeling you get of the way Da Vinci is trying to depict the complexity of a human being in a different forms, like even the way the body moves, in some ways you could say is like it's inherited and then pushed to new heights by like some of the artists of the Harlem Renaissance. Like when you look at Charles White, where in some ways he's taking that Da Vinci method and then brings it to a higher height, because he's like, here's a portrait.
Could I just say something?
Yeah.
I think what you're on is very, what Leonardo discovers is the human in a radically new way. But he did not complete the exploration and discovery of the human. It took the Harlem Renaissance. It took, and so it is that the struggle continued, and it took, well, the end of slavery and the freeing of the African American people. And you think about the Harlem Renaissance in the 1920s. Slavery ended in 1865. So we're talking about a brief historical moment, like they were waiting to assume the stage of history.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say.
No.
Mhm.
And
Wait, after you, can I say something?
my last thought is just that the way that you see Charles White or Romare Bearden or all Jacob Lawrence, the way they're exploring, essentially it's in some ways it's, I guess I don't know if it's called realism, but like the realism of Da Vinci, except they are exploring different ways of showing both the individuality and universality of a form. of a human form or human figure.
Yeah.
But like, I guess the reason why it struck me in the med exhibit is because I was like, I don't think it's that different than Du Bois or Baldwin.
Yeah.
Like, except they're writing. It's not painting, but it's writing. The way
Yes.
that Baldwin, a character is both in the individual complexity of a character in Baldwin's fiction also explains universal human forces of humanity. I don't know. It also depicts a much larger something. Or the way Du Bois, like the souls of Black folk, it's not just sociology. It's not just history. It's art. It's literature, metaphors. Like the way you can bring something to the metaphor.
I agree. And a deeper and a discovery of the breadth of humanity.
Right.
I think this is very important because, as we've said, rationalism had pretty much shut the question of the discovery of the human out of the equation, which Leonardo and the Renaissance and even the Dutch painters had done. And they were very clear. But rationalism as philosophy, as really a philosophy of science, you know, had taken the human being out and replaced it with the individual. I think that's very important. And now we see, of course, with AI, I mean, just a vicious attack even upon the individual, not to mention the human. But I would.
Yeah, I'll try to be concise, but you know what? I finally realized what this conversation is making me realize, which is that before the holiday, we had seen that play done by that play, about a Black man's relationship to Shakespeare and to Othello. And then all of a sudden I was like, right, James Baldwin went through the same thing. He wrote many essays, they were all called Why I Stopped Hating Shakespeare. And I feel like I'm going through like a Why I Stopped Hating Leonardo da Vinci.
Remember you told me that, why don't you tell that story that you did? Remember you told me you never wanted to study him.
Oh yeah, the Renaissance. I would try to do everything and not take any of those classes because I was like, I've been thrown this my whole life because I've been told like if I have to like study art, this is the only art that is, or the art that you have to pass through. And like the reasons for that are not the reasons that we're saying. Like the reasons we're saying that like art doesn't begin with the Renaissance. Like all things don't just begin with white people, but it's actually that there's something, it's part of something larger.
Can I just say this?
Also,
See, and I, if I might just, if you don't mind me, you know, it was not Leonardo, but his appropriation to the cause of white supremacy that everybody was rejecting.
Right.
And I think that's what Baldwin said about Shakespeare. So Shakespeare also, like, you know, the Renaissance is also the revolution and like writing, poetry, theater, and like the reflection, and like his plays are what I suppose we're saying in painting, which is why, and it's, I mean, other things, architecture, sculpture, science, but like he literally, like Baldwin literally says, like every writer in the English language has at some point hated Shakespeare, has turned away from that monstrous achievement with a sick envy. My most anti-English days, I condemned him as a chauvinist because I felt so bitterly anomalous that a Black man should be forced to deal with the English language at all, should be forced to assault the English language in order to be able to speak. I condemned him as one of the authors and architects of my oppression. But then it's like, but then later on, of course, you know, this is the part that you quoted when we were asked to talk about like Shakespeare and Baldwin and the discussion of the play, that my quarrel with the English language has been that the language reflected none of my experience. And then when he goes on to say like that actually the language that I had never been attempted to use it. I had only learned to imitate it, but that the two witnesses of my experience were my Black ancestors who evolved the sorrow songs, the blues and jazz, and Shakespeare, who was the last body writer in the English language. And so he eventually says that the greatest poet in the English language found in his poetry, now actually speaking as Shakespeare, is that poetry is found in the lives of the people. He could only have done this through love and by knowing, which is not the same thing as understanding. That whatever is happening to anyone was happening to him. And that is why he is called a poet, that and his responsibility, which is also his joy and strength in his life, is to defeat all labels and complicate all battles by insisting on the human riddle, to bear witness, as long as breath is within him, to that mighty, unnameable, transfiguring force which lives in the soul of man, and to aspire to do his work so well that when the breath has left him, the people, all people, will search in the rubble for a sign or a witness who will be able to find him there. And so, I mean, I don't know if I fully understood this when we had been watching that play, or that it was fully integrated into all those aspects, but I think that's what like Robeson's relationship to Othello, Paul's relationship to Shakespeare, our relationship to
this author's relationship
oh yeah
to Othello.
Right.
What's his name?
That's the
Keith
whole
Hamilton.
thing.
Hamilton, yeah.
But
No, because like, how do you continue off of Paul Robeson? Like, how do you continue? And like, the biggest part of the counter-revolutionary period, whatever the fuck that we're in now, has to also do with the attack on artists and like, even like, the biggest crime of the counter-revolution that we are in right now is the attack on artists. Because I feel like PAFA, for instance, because I had went to PAFA for like a semester, and like the program was set up where you can just do like theory or like whatever you want to do. And I was like, if I do whatever I want to do, then I might as well just not be in school and pay like $40,000. But part of that operation, even though like PAFA is like really known for Thomas Eakins or whatever, and like, okay, so Tanner is like another thing because it brings up the amount of artists that were Black that attended PAFA or were attached to. That's like something else. What I mean by Thomas Eakins is like PAFA as an institution, if it's founded by the both theoretical, philosophical, and artistic practice of Thomas Eakins, then how can a program be defined by what it is that you want to study by yourself, totally rejecting basically what makes it Thomas Eakins, whether that be the Renaissance or Greek or, you know what I'm saying? Like the great artists or whatever, in any period. And then, so that made me think of my whole experience to get into this point with my own art. And I think that I had to find like part of what free school is for me is like, or what I found it like maybe a couple years ago. I don't know when it was, but I just knew that free school was a body in which culture can spring from. I didn't think that free school was a theoretical or like we're just talking, you know what I'm saying? Like I felt like throughout the time where we were going through different discoveries that my art changed depending on what we thought about. And like, I think that, so that was one conclusion. And that's to say, the idea, so part of the attempt to assault the artist is to assault or dismember the thinking and like the ways in which a person will want to conduct or discover their art, scientifically, philosophically, math, engineering, biological, like the attempts to know the world is also expressed in how art is created. And so after then figuring out the revolutionary idea, or that there is a revolutionary thing to be had, throughout the time that we've also been studying these people like Charles White, Paul Robeson, or those artists are important to me, you know? But when it comes back to it, it's kind of like, well, Du Bois is important. or like Baldwin and King are important to me. In the fact of like, well, what is valued? What is beautiful? What is to be sought after? What can I see that can be a person or can become of the universe and time and place that we live in or the city? Like what, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, and what I mean is like the theoretical and ideological stuff is not just like the science in of itself to be like written down and like, you know, proposed as logic or as like fact, you know what I'm saying? But it's like a part of like worldview. Like when we came to the word worldview, I like get really excited for a while because I was like, thank God, like, we're all seeing the same thing. And we're not just like talking about what we're thinking about anymore, you know, like that was important for me that we all came to that decision at the table. And so then it was like, well, throughout, I think like there's different like logical. Okay, so the problem is that, you know, Charles White and Paul Robeson all existed and have created a body of work to also study, meaning like, how do you make work? You know, what is work that is good? And so I think that there's also, I think the whole thing really is that artists make things that are reminiscent, whether that be like that light-skinned girl who made those Renaissance paintings with like Black people, I forget, or like Candy Wiley with like his representation of Obama, or like how Black artists specifically have a whole problem, which is like, well, am I an artist because I can make profit? Or am I an artist because I want freedom? Like I want to make something for freedom. And I think that's way different than what I find contemporary artists striving to do because of the choices, the theoretical and actual choices that they make in business or in their relationship with the world. It affects basically the quality and ability to make any art, you know, not to say like, you know, the more art you make is the more profound, you know, whatever. That's my whole thing. Cause it is a big deal to me that Leonardo made 15 paintings and like he really carried the Mona Lisa around
For his whole life.
for his whole life. Just
15
like all his
paintings.
ideas and really try and figure out like what is important about a universal theory of life or to synthesize his ideas so far about science, life, humanity, whatever.
Can I say something? You know, I do remember now what you said on Tuesday that I had forgotten. Yeah.
What was it?
Yeah. But you know, apropos the knowledge conference, you know, it might be worth our while to look at Elaine Locke.
Oh, yes.
There's a big biography of him, which I have not read. And there's a philosopher of him that Dwight knows. So I think at some point Elaine Locke.
No, Lynn Locke's so interesting.
Yeah. A philosophy of art, a theory of art, a theory of Black art, and all that type of thing.
That's really
But what you said, what the debate was the brother that was committed to queer theory was in essence saying that human beings do not change.
Right. I don't think that's what you wanted to hear.
Yeah, and that therefore structures of victimization do not fundamentally change because the people that are invested in them do not change. Your argument was, and I don't remember how you formulated it, Sarah, but your argument is that evidence suggests people do change and people can change. And I think this is important as we look this question of the Renaissance, which is a big question. You know, unless one says that white supremacy is a permanent thing in the lives and in the social landscape of what we call Europeans today, unless you're prepared to make that argument, which, by the way, Dwight, that's Joe Horn's argument.
Yeah.
That's why he goes back to his work on the 16th century. You got to, all of this. He wants to prove that white supremacy has always existed. What Baldwin is showing is that even though white supremacy is responsible for enslavement and capitalism and yada, 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 you cannot take from that Shakespeare was a white supremacist, or that the modern English language came out of white supremacy, and this is very important, or that Leonardo da Vinci was a white supremacist. He was, or did he even see himself as white? Did Shakespeare see himself as, and I think that is what liberated Baldwin, that Baldwin had to liberate himself from the idea that I hate Shakespeare in order to develop further as a writer. And I think that's the same with, the Harlem Renaissance artists. And just one small thing, were I not a part of the free school, nobody would take me seriously like y'all do. I mean, I appreciate it, and I don't, but I would just be another black man on the side of the road who claimed to,
Wait,
you don't know, man. I just say that, and I appreciate it very much.
Well, you know what?
He
Can I
says
say?
that all the time to me, that what he's telling you guys.
Yeah, there's no two ways.
Wait,
There is no two ways about it. I just said.
Well, you know
By
what?
the way, the word Renaissance, they did not call it the Renaissance. That label was put on it in the 19th century by a historian who referred to that period as the Renaissance. And I think it fits,
Yeah.
But like, just what I was saying was like, it's just important to get back to the revolutionary, or like
Say that again.
get back to the revolutionary,
Yeah, that's it.
or get back to the, like, because I feel like part of the counter revolution is to take away.
That's right.
Okay, because
That's right. And that's where identity politics is a counter-revolutionary.
even if you do get to Charles White and Paul Robeson, that's a whole thing of like,
and then you get to Charles White and Paul Robeson, and they reference the Renaissance.
Yeah.
And Shakespeare. I mean, so what do you do with if you're a queer theorist? Everything has oppressed you from time immemorial. Like one person said to me, well, the oldest form of oppression is the oppression of women, which I responded to, well, that's not true, because there was a long period, maybe the longest period of human existence, where you could not speak of gender oppression because most societies were completely matriarchal or something like it, or substantially so, and were communistic. And that is why every great religion, in fact, references communism or communal form of life. The concept of love itself in Christianity flows, and King got it 100%, flows out of a concept of love, which is based upon an elevation of humanity and of human social communal relationships. I don't think that we can take the measure of humanity from everything that was said in the modern epoch. So yeah. Okay, go ahead, Samir. I'm sorry.
The two things. The women are the women's oppression is the oldest oppression, comes from Rudyard Kipling when he says that prostitution is the oldest occupation. However, there was a trans woman who I used to read, I forget her name, in the West, and she was a Maoist, and she wrote, "No, this is not correct. There are other older occupations." It's just so interesting how, and that's why with the free school, if you trace the development of the root of all these ideas, they all lead back to imperialism, or, we talk about the British view of the world. Then the other thing I wanted to say was about the role of, what we were talking about with sociology versus geopolitical analysis, geostrategic analysis, and podcasting, which is that and I also want to talk about Luigi Maggioni, because what I think the role of a revolutionary is to, or the purpose of anybody's life should be, is to raise the consciousness. And what we're talking about, these artists from the Renaissance, what they were doing was raising the consciousness of people. And other people have said that more eloquently than me, but what can you do with your life? It's a deep question. It's an existential question. And Luigi Maggioni, he made this statement like, "Oh, I'm gonna go kill that bean counter," derogatorily referring to a CEO as, most people in America, I think they think the objective of their life is, I go to my job, I make money, I go home, I go to sleep, I do it again. And what the artist, I'm thinking about the responsibility of the artist is saying, no, I have a responsibility to freedom. That's the greatest thing I can do with my life. And you're then faced with your own choice. Do I want to be a bean counter? Is that a productive way to spend my time? Or just to accumulate capital? Someone who counts. Do I want to go to work and look at a spreadsheet and feel good about myself, about these virtual numbers? I'm thinking about what you were saying about inflation, and all the inflation has been man-made to either the military, or it's gone to the 1% in the form of inflating stocks and corporate bonds. And we have to do better as humanity. We have to do better for humanity. And I'm also thinking about the LA wildfires, because I know Crystal's from LA, and I know that Crystal's facing this. Well, specifically, I'm using Crystal as an example because I know Crystal's facing this question of, in life, do I want to be close to my family, or do I want to be revolutionary with the free school? And we've talked about this before, it's a false dynamic between like the safety of your family and the comfort of your family versus the revolutionary choice. And I think that Crystal's example, using Crystal as a teaching moment, that no, you can't have safety with your family. It's a false choice, and that you do have to take up this responsibility, and I think Crystal has. But this responsibility of raising the consciousness of the people, and it starts with you, your own consciousness.
This is a very interesting question. This is a very interesting question, because I know it's a question for a lot of people in the free school or my family.
Right.
And it's as though you have to decide. In some ways, your family has to decide. It's not just on you.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you're not 10 years old anymore. You're not even 18 years old. And you have to, so your family has to also make a moral choice and reconsider their values.
Yes.
What one philosopher called the transubstantiation of values. Well, you don't have to worry. It's not the greatest.
Oh yeah, Black Reconstruction.
In Black Reconstruction, I didn't realize a chapter was called the transubstantiation of the poor white.
No, it's not trans. No, the transvaluation of values. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to mislead you, but I know a lot of people become a little bit anxious and think maybe I am betraying my duty to my family. And I know in Asian society, duty to family is a very, very strong value. But at the same time, you know, I think it's a two-way street. It's not just on you all.
Well, I don't want to jump in, but keep going.
One thing quickly is that about the queer ideology, because I know we had a conversation on Sunday about trans women in Bangladesh and Pakistan.
Yes.
And the function, but the reality is we're not opposed to queer people. We're opposed to the values and ideas of the queer movement and the ideology. And in that, if you ask someone who abides by queer ideology, do you believe that someone can change their gender? They'll say, yeah, of course, someone can change their gender. It can be non-binary, blah blah blah. And then you ask them again, do you believe someone can change their race? And they'll say, no, you can't change your race.
Interesting.
Black people can't be white people. White people can't be black people. And they shouldn't, that's cultural appropriation. But there's even less genetic determination for race than there is gender. So they're stuck in a bind and you can watch them squirm.
It's very interesting. Go ahead, Al.
No, I think this is mostly for our viewers or whoever listens, which is that, we talk about like identity politics and queer theory and all this stuff, but little do people know there are people in preschool who are homosexuals or whatever you call it, right? And so it's not big surprise, shocker, right? And so, but then the thing is, it's also irritating because it basically limits what human beings are able to know, which is that because you're not so and so, or if you're not Black, if you're not Asian, if you're not blah, 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 that you're unable to actually come to the truth together with other human beings, which is something that's universal. And I think that's the most irritating part because you were saying before, which is the conversation starts, or ends when someone is like, oh, I'm Black and I'm queer. There's nothing you can tell me that I don't know.
Yeah, right. Right. Or my epistemology.
Yeah. And so, well, that's one piece. But then the other piece was, family. I think the thing with family also is that I think family often becomes an easy escape for people so that you don't have to actually continue to struggle with your parents sometimes, and that they also don't change or are stagnant. Because I know, at least from the members of a free school, like our relationship with our parents, when they are honest, they also begin to change. Like my parents don't force me to go back to New York City anymore because they're like, oh shit, she's a different person, and I also have to change with her. But the last thing that I think what the conversation reminded me of is apotheosis. This like really stood out to me when I was in these museums because the word apotheosis kept coming up in all these different paintings, like apotheosis of Mary, apotheosis of Joseph.
It's when you become a god.
And it means essential transformation of human beings to the divine.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it really stood out to me because I think that's something that's missing in modern discourse, which is because when we say philosophy, that's how it's like, what is the world made of? Like, what are the essential questions to life? And it is a very difficult time, and there's so much ideological confusion. And I think that's also why young people and old people don't ask these deep questions of like, what is my life about? And what is the meaning of life? And it's what Baldwin says, which is that we all die at some point. And some people ignore these questions of the divine, of, what is the purpose of life? And so and then they approach death and they're like, oh shit, I don't have time left.
I wasted my life.
Yeah. And so it's difficult. But what people were talking about at the end really reminded me of apotheosis because of like the Axel age of Buddha, of Jesus, of Confucius, of all these thinkers that question like, what is the meaning of life and what is the purpose of my life towards this greater divine? And we have also talked about religion, and even though we might have those of the free school, like of different religions in this country, of different religions. But ultimately, the question is like there's something that's shared among all these different religions, which is community, which is love, which is what is faith, and what do you believe in? I'm not quite sure where to end, but basically apotheosis, I think it's
Could you define it once again?
the transformation of human beings to the divine.
When
The black man is gone.
Is that what they're saying then? Is that what they were saying? Or are they saying like that I become God because I'm not?
We need an art history definition.
Oh, yes.
I'm not
part of society or.
no, it was more part of the religious themes
Like
that
when
I've seen.
when something transcends like just the human, like when
Transcend.
like I guess it's a process where like Mary was born a human being, but she becomes like the moment, I'm forgetting what the moment is, but it's like literally like the process, like she
Gabriel comes through.
that's a good way. Like when the mundane becomes sacred. I think that's what she said. So it's like, I guess what you're saying is like where do you find sacred?
Yeah, right. Like what's sacred? 'Cause
Yeah.
it seems like in our current society, nothing is sacred. Everything is
Well, but that's
a joke or
but that's
trivial.
that's the outcome of the secularization.
Mhm.
The
Yeah.
dark side of the secularization of society, where nothing, and so you get to the postmodern age, where there is no such thing as sacred. You get Baldwin, the sacred is all over him. You know, he's always elevating the human being to a stage of divinity. There's no human being that is not divine.
Right.
If you read Baldwin properly, you know, and that's why he can't be won to queer theory. And we found this at Lucian Blackwell. We were through it. Maybe we could hear about the
Comments.
yes.
Okay, we'll do comments real quick and then we'll finish.
2:30.
Oh, really?
Some people are hangry. And when they're hangry, you don't want to see what happens after been posting. Okay, so people said good morning. Fireplace start in the beginning when you were talking. Fireplace says, "Good morning, beautiful people. I can't express enough how important your work is to my life and work in the community. You have taught me for the first time in my life what empathy really looks like. And this week especially, that has helped shift me in ways I can't fully express, except to say I feel for everyone's pain and my own, and I know there is a path towards healing. It is within the realm of what free school embodies. You are modeling what is so desperately needed. Thank you." And then it says, "Perhaps I should clarify. I have seen empathy before, but it isn't until recently that I could identify what it actually is. And free school has been central to that growth in me. Thank you." And then the National Lawyers Guild Review says, "Good morning, free school."
Yeah, that was.
Okay, M. Spark says, "The Garland Nixon show is always fire when Doc appears."
Wow.
A lot of people liked basically a lot of people reacted with emojis during your introduction, like they really enjoyed it. Todd says, "Yesterday's blowback with Billy Bob with Dr. Montero was excellent." And M. Spark says, "Thanks, Todd. I'm going to check it out." And Bombalai says, "Sociological thinking is king over the rest." And then everyone thought your jokes about Maritime Empire and like aircraft was funny. Bombalai says, "The world has gradually been losing its trust in the dollar. The USA will most likely default on the debt." And then Bombalai says in response to Eddie eating a croissant, "Dang, now that is a tasty croissant."
Yeah. Almost as big as your hat.
And then when we were laughing because Doc kept making jokes about about how like Trudeau resigned, Macron to resign, everyone's resigning. Bombalai says, "You guys have too many giggles. Maybe you need maybe meditation would be helpful." Okay, Jahan has a few comments. So Jahan says, A pro-establishment thinker, Robert D. Kaplan, corroborates Doc's thesis about the American people. He recently lamented the American empire's decline being due to too much democracy, quote unquote, leading the people to elect an unpredictable populace, instead of the old method of party elites choosing American presidential candidates, which Kaplan called an excellent stabilizing force. Kaplan fears the chaos in quotations, which will be let loose by U.S. imperial decline and retreat. The elites are recognizing the agency of the people. Doc accurately called out my podcast fixation. There is a point of diminishing returns when the geostrategic experts start repeating themselves or getting into the minutia. The only reason I have to listen to them this is him defending why he listens to podcasts. The only reason I have to listen to them day and night is because I can only listen to the Free School only once a week. This week was special because Doc was on 2 podcasts. This discussion is clarifying and helping us see the importance of sociology and agency of the people, without which we cannot have a revolutionary analysis. Good point. Bombala, okay, people are talking, when you talked about the Beatles, how people can't dance to the Beatles. Bombala says, well, what about the Beach Boys? Oh yeah, Michelle Bell says, hey, what do you have against the Beatles? Okay, M. Spark says, without us, meaning African Americans, I believe folks wouldn't have spiritualism, religion, or music. There are 2 types of people. Number 1, humans. Number 2, humans kind of. Bambalai says, considering music, I will have to say true that. Matt says, Doc is on fire today. Rowan Fraser says, good point, Dr. Montero, when asking what makes the left the left. Biden should not be considered the left just because he supports LGBTQ rights. Perhaps we have to abandon those categories. 100. And then he says, when I say I'm queer, I am not saying I am a victim. 100. Bambalai 7 says, didn't Arnold Schwarzenegger have a baby as a man in that movie? It happened in Hollywood.
That's a movie.
Matt says, all humanity struggle or bust. Okay, anyways, people really like, and then people clap emoji to your intro. Adwoa Meduasi says, do we need a new social contract? M. Spark says, yes, what's up with all the biracial couples and all the commercials? Whitey is coming for our melanin now. The soulless will steal everything. Fireplace says, Doc is preaching. Beyonce, if you got so much talent, put some clothes on, girlfriend. And then okay. Bambalai says, so much BS about China. Seems the U.S. is jealous. Seems the U.S. is jealous and afraid of China's rapid economic growth. Okay, Dexter Williams is kind of like a technocrat. I don't know if he's real or a bot, but he says, they say it's typical for college students to be idealistic and more radical, but very soon after graduation, you'll eventually buy private property and get stuck in the rat race like the rest of us. I always try to force technology and physical resources into these moral conversations because it's one of the strongest influences on morality. If you live near a waterfall, you don't steal water. In fact, if you don't have a strong technology advisor in these conversations, like an expert on automation, these discussions are missing an important perspective. Technology frees people just as much as applying moral principles. I once heard that horse shit covered the streets in New York and politicians trying to get reelected would promise to solve the problem. But it was the invention of the car that made that problem obsolete. You have to have at least one seasoned technocrat in the room. And then he says that Eddie looks like Kate Tronda with his beanie.
What was that?
He says that Eddie looks like Kate Tronada.
Yeah. It's
A music artist?
like a
Thank you.
modern
Oh, wow.
dance.
Oh, maybe he was talking about Brian.
Oh, man.
Kate Tronada.
These are one of the same.
Bamla says, you guys are truly a school. Respect is due. Croissant emoji. Okay. Dexter, who's the technocrat, says you can't know that Alexandria was burned down. That equals enlightenment. Like you can't know enlightenment. Oh, enlightenment could not have been achieved through an alternative path, and that Renaissance period was required. I think, and he says, I think they're in New York. I bet they took the train. In the other state, they're not driving to this place. Could be wrong. No, we're in Philadelphia. Unless they're talking about something else. Okay, Ben Bombley defends, whether it's Eddie or Brian, defends the beanie wearing person and says, hey bro, too cool with the pullover hat, looking like King I'm Hotep.
Oh, it's 20 degrees outside.
Okay, M Sparks says, Doc, you ain't crazy, the world is.
That's true.
And then this other person says, Doc is a little crazy, and that's totally fine. Jahan says the discussion about the Renaissance is important in understanding the way forward. Baldwin and Robeson in their thinking on Shakespeare or Doc's description of Da Vinci allow us to see that epoch of white supremacy has been a short period in human history, one that we must overcome in order to fulfill the best humanistic values of the Renaissance.
This is a cool discussion they're having.
Dexter says most of what you are is a result of what happened to you in your childhood. And there's more factors, but the environment is so poisoned with microplastics. It's hard to track the impact on the womb. Okay, Andrea Perry says, exactly, that is the missing piece, leaving the divine and love out. Bombley says, life is too precious for BS. And Jahan says, apotheosis in Western culture goes back to Roman religion, in which the emperor would become a deity upon dying. Some argue this concept was appropriated for Christ by the emergent church. There is a famous painting of the apotheosis of George Washington.
Oh yeah.
Jahan, we miss you.
Oh, and then Andrea Perry says, doctor as in you. Doc embodies wisdom. God bless him. Aww. Okay, well, those are the comments. We really enjoyed your comments, and we'll see you next week. And this was a very great discussion. We could have gone for another hour, but we must not because we must eat.
And it's cold.
And it's cold in here. So we'll see you next week. Bye.